Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good afternoon, wherever you are. Well, here on the East Coast, it's not even noon. We're getting ready for the Daybell trial at 10 a.m. in Idaho. Yep, Rocket Couch, that's what I said. Like 5 a.m. they were lining up outside the courthouse. 5 hours ahead of time to get inside to watch closing arguments and jury instructions. There is the woodcocks are there already, and there is actually today a plethora of different law enforcement agencies, all like us, wanting to see this come to a conclusion finally. Years of investigation, years of testifying in court. Good morning, tomorrow, kiddo. Very late in the evening or early in the morning after midnight for you there. Yeah, Liz, we're on the East Coast. Yeah, so it would have been they would have started lining up at 7 a.m. for us. Yeah. Still, that's really early, right? You know? Anyway, I have pinned the bingo card. Hopefully my mic, how's my mic, guys? Anybody with a good set of headphones on, let me know if I blasted you out or if there's any crackle, anything going on. Oh, ow, my ears. Oh, I'm sorry, couch. Am I too loud? I mean, I realize my intro is very loud. Oh, I do believe Mocking made that booming music loud on purpose that way. It's just a video. Is the regular sound okay, Rocket, if you're still there and your ears aren't bleeding? I mean, I'm not laughing about your ears. I'm just like, that's a nervous laugh that I may have caused some problem for you. Good morning, Jean. Good up to you. Jean, try as I might. I'm looking for that typo and I can't find it. You need to help me, dude. Like, now that I know it's out there somewhere, you need to tell me where it is so I can correct it. It was driving me crazy yesterday. I couldn't find it. Tomorrow, Kiddo says, may today be a wonderful day for all of those who have suffered because of these horrid acts. Exactly. A lovely sentiment and vibe to put out there, hoping that there'll be some conclusion. Basically, though, let's talk about yesterday just a little bit. I came on a couple seconds early because I was excited. Well, I called it. I said as soon as I was going to end the stream that I knew if I ended the stream, they would definitely come back. And they did at 3:15. And what did we end at 3? Yeah. Like, Judge Boyce called everybody back at 3:15 for the motion hearing. But I did get it recorded and I did get it up. It's up as a separate video in the Daybell trial playlist. And it's also attached a link in yesterday's description. It wasn't very long, but it was really interesting. It was all about the death penalty instructions to the jury that have recently come under review for Idaho, and like 5 days ago they put out an amendment. But basically everything stayed the same except for a new way to describe or actually define reasonable doubt, which was very clear. It was just a changing of the words slightly, but it really doesn't really change anything that much that it would change an outcome or anything like that. And basically, Judge Boyce had decided not to go with the one the jury has been instructed with all along, because they're in the middle of trial, and that he didn't want to put overemphasis or make it any confusing at all, to give them a different instruction during the trial, since the outcome is not going to be that different. But for you guys, what I did is I tracked down the new one so you could see the words. Let me post it for you here. If you're a member of this channel, or a co-collaborator, or even a moderator, you have access to my Discord, and you actually know already what I'm going to post, because I put it there for you already. One of the actual benefits of my Discord is how much information you get additionally on all hold on, will that actually open it? Yes, it does. All right, it opens as a Chrome extension because that's how it was listed for Idaho. Actually, I'm hoping if you copy it without the Chrome extension, it should still come up. Let me just. It's just when I open it, that's how it actually is going to come up. But it should also come up with just the H. I'll just put it there the other way. Hold on. There you go. There's the link without the extension. Sorry. I didn't realize it was going to copy my extension also. There you go. But actually, it's only the difference in the wording, and really, I thought that the new wording for reasonable doubt made a lot of sense. Give me a second here. I'm going to actually read that for you. Okay. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced the defendant is guilty. It is not required that the state prove the defendant's guilt beyond all possible doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense, and is not based purely on speculation. It may rise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, or from lack of evidence. If after a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, it is your duty to find the defendant not guilty. On the other hand, if after a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, it is your duty to find the defendant guilty. But what I like is the part that says it's based on reason and common sense, and it's not on speculation. In other words, they don't have to prove that there's no doubt at all. It may rise from a careful consideration of all the evidence or lack of evidence. After careful consideration. Yes, common sense, Mandy, right? The fact that they put those words in there actually opens up that some people think reasonable doubt is like, if there's any doubt at all, we can't do it. Like if it's possible, like John Pryor puts these outrageous statements out there just to say that it's possible that like ninjas in little suits, did backflips and, distracted so-and-so from such and such to such a way that anybody else could have ran up and nobody would have saw them and the act was done. Something bizarre like that. Like in the Murdaugh case where the 3-foot ninjas, crawled through the window, did all of that. Or in this case, somebody else was actually trying to threaten Chad Daybell and not and not Tammy, even though they stood right in front of Tammy with the paintball / rifle like whatever and threatened her with it. Looking right at her, yeah, we could put the reasonable doubt that, of course, because Chad drives that vehicle, that they were obviously after Chad, and not, it couldn't possibly have been Alex, or he and Alex were at odds, whatever. Just all of that kind of stuff, If that doesn't sound plausible to a jury, these jury instructions make it clear that you can ignore it. Yeah. Well, basically, that has been the premise all along. It's just better wording. But we're not going to get that wording in our jury instructions today. There was just talk back and forth on a couple of items. Basically, they went over evidence, making sure everything was all nice and tidy for the proceedings. They went over number 14. Okay, number 5 was actually the reasonable doubt. And Pryor actually pushed to have this wording in, which surprised me, because this wording gave the jury more room to find him guilty, in my eyes, anyway. I don't know why Pryor was pushing to have it. But the judge actually decided that the new wording on reasonable doubt would not be in the jury instructions, because the ruling came into effect while he was in trial. He has the option to use it or not. It's clearly stated. And he doesn't want any interference with the jury's mindset. Right.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Oh, and they're here. And I'm going to stop talking. Looks like cameras aren't up, but you heard the judge as well as I did, right? Yeah. Yeah, Liz. I just thought it made it very clear.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We are going to go on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. This is the time where the court is going to read final instructions to the jurors, and we're going to have closings today from both parties. I'll note that the state is present with the prosecution. The defense is present as well. We'll have the jurors brought in here momentarily. I will note that our 17 jurors have all arrived and signed their juror affirmation forms this morning as well. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, counsel. Mr. Bailiff, please, if you could have the jurors brought in.
Okay, good. The cameras just came up. Everything's ready. We have a much different view of the judge. The judge and the well, they call it. I think they are allowed to use the projector screen during closing arguments, which is why we have the projector up. Morning, Mousy. Morning, Mandy.
All right, please. Here's all we got for you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. The court will note the jurors have all returned and are properly seated at this time. The court has received the juror affirmation forms from each of the 17 jurors, so thank you for continuing to follow the court's admonishing instruction each day as we recess. At this time, I'll just outline the proceedings for this morning. The parties have now concluded with the submission of evidence in the trial. The court is going to read you additional jury instructions this morning. After the instructions have been read, then the parties will make their closing arguments, beginning with the state. Addressing the jurors now, each of you has been provided a copy of the instructions the court will be reading. Your copies have a watermarked copy logo on each page. With those copies, you may follow along with the court if you wish. You're not required to as I read the instructions. You're also allowed to make notations if you'd like on your copies of the instructions. However, there will be one actual original set of instructions, and I would have those included in your deliberations. Please don't make any markings on those original instructions that will be provided to you. The court will note that in the beginning of this trial, instructions 1 through 12 were already previously read to the jurors. I'm not going to reread all of those instructions, but there are a few of those I will reread. And so at this time, I'll begin with the reading of certain instructions. And once I've concluded the reading, then again, the closing arguments will commence, beginning with the state. So the first instruction I'm going to read is instruction number 3, noting this is one previously read to you. Instruction 3 reads as follows. The defendant, Chad Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of entering into a conspiracy with Lori Daybell and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit a crime. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant, Chad Daybell, in this case, and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving the alleged co-conspirators. You must remember that the defendant, Chad Daybell, has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his guilt or innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case. The next instruction I'm going to read is instruction number 5. Under our law and system of justice, the defendant is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocence means 2 things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all of the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Instruction number 6. A defendant in a criminal trial has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant may not testify, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. The next instruction I'm going to read, I'm going to go through the ones previously read and move up to instruction number 13. That's on page 16 of your packet. Instruction number 13. You have now heard all the evidence in the case. My duty is to instruct you as to the law. You must follow all the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree or don't understand the reasons for some of the rules, you are bound to follow them. If anyone states a rule of law different from any I tell you, it is my instruction that you must follow. Instruction number 14. As members of the jury, it is your duty to decide what the facts are and to apply those facts to the law that I have given you. You are to decide the facts from all the evidence presented in this case. The evidence you are to consider consists of 1, sworn testimony of witnesses, 2, exhibits which have been admitted into evidence, and 3, any facts to which the parties have stipulated. Certain things you have heard or seen are not evidence, including 1, arguments and statements by lawyers. The lawyers are not witnesses. What they say in their opening statements, closing arguments, and at other times is included to help you interpret the evidence, but it is not evidence. If the facts as you remember them differ from the way the lawyers have stated them, follow your memory. 2, testimony and or questions that may have been excluded or stricken, or which you have been instructed to disregard. 3, anything you may have seen or heard when the court was not in session. Instruction number 15. Each count charges a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each count separately on the evidence and the law that applies to it, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other count. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty on any or all of the offenses charged. Instruction number 16. During the course of this trial, evidence has been introduced for the purpose of showing the defendant or an alleged co-conspirator committed acts other than that for which the defendant is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, is not to be considered by you to prove the defendant's character or that the defendant has a disposition to commit crimes. Rather, such evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of proving the defendant's motive, opportunity, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident. Instruction number 17. Certain evidence was admitted for a limited purpose. At the time this evidence was admitted, you were admonished that it could not be considered by you for any purpose other than the limited purpose for which it was admitted. This includes those exhibits admitted for demonstrative or illustrative purposes only. Do not consider such evidence for any purpose except the limited purpose for which it was admitted. The following exhibits were admitted only as demonstrative or illustrative exhibits. States Exhibits 4, 10A, 30, 31, 62, 69, 76, 84, 85, 86, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 179, 182A, 182B, 296, and 303. Defense's Exhibit 138. These exhibits are available for your review during your deliberations upon your request. Please advise the bailiff by written note of any such request. Instruction number 18. The law makes no distinction between a person who directly participates in the acts constituting a crime and a person who, either before or during its commission, intentionally aids, assists, facilitates, promotes, encourages, counsels, solicits, invites, helps, or hires another to commit a crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission. Both can be found guilty of the crime. Mere presence at, acquiescence in, or silent consent to the planning or commission of a crime is not sufficient to make one an accomplice. Instruction number 19. An act is willful or done willfully when done on purpose. One can act willfully without intending to violate the law, to injure another, or to acquire an advantage. Instruction number 20. The crime of conspiracy as alleged in counts 1 and 3 of the amended indictment involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit the crimes of first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. The crime of conspiracy as alleged in count 5 of the amended indictment involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit the crime of first-degree murder. Criminal conspiracy is defined as 2 or more persons combining or conspiring to commit any crime or offense prescribed by the laws of the state of Idaho, and 1 or more of such persons does any act to affect the object of the combination or conspiracy. Conspirators need not agree upon every detail. The agreement may be established in any manner sufficient to show an understanding of the parties to the agreement. It may be shown by evidence of an oral or written agreement, or may be implied by the conduct of the parties. Instruction number 21. Before I continue, thank you. All of the parties to a conspiracy need not enter into the agreement at the same time. A person who later joins an already formed conspiracy with knowledge of its unlawful purpose is a party to the conspiracy. Instruction number 22. Murder is the killing of a human being with malice aforethought. Instruction number 23. Malice may be expressed or implied. Malice is expressed when there is manifested a deliberate intention unlawfully to kill a human being. Malice is implied when 1. The killing resulted from an intentional act. 2. The natural consequences of the act are dangerous to human life. And 3. The act was deliberately performed with knowledge of the danger to and with the conscious disregard for human life. When it is shown that a killing resulted from the intentional doing of an act with express or implied malice, no other mental state need be shown to establish the mental state of malice aforethought. The mental state constituting malice aforethought does not necessarily require any ill will or hatred of the person killed. The word aforethought does not imply deliberation or the lapse of time. It only means that the malice must precede rather than follow the act. Instruction number 24. To obtain property means to bring about a transfer of an interest in or the possession of the property. Instruction number 25. An owner of property is any person who has a right to possession of such property superior to that of the defendant. Instruction number 26. Person means an individual, corporation, association, a public or private corporation, city or other municipality, county, state agency, the state of Idaho, federal agency, or United States of America. Instruction number 27, property means anything of value, including labor or services. Instruction number 28, a person steals property and commits theft when, with intent to deprive another of property or appropriate the same to the person or to a third party, such person willfully takes, obtains, or withholds such property from an owner thereof. Instruction number 29. In order for the defendant to be guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception, as alleged in count 1 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1. Honor between the dates of October 26, 2018 and continuing until January 15, 2020. 2. In the state of Idaho. 3. The defendant, Chad Daybell, with Lori Noreen Vallow and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, agreed. 4. To commit the crimes of murder in the first degree of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception. 5. The defendant intended that the crimes would be committed. 6. One of the parties to the agreement performed at least one of the following acts. A. Honor between October 26, 2018 and June 9, 2020, Chad Daybell and Lori Noreen Vallow did endorse and espouse religious beliefs for the purpose of encouraging and or justifying the homicide of Tylee Ryan. B. On or about August 16th, 2019, Lori Noreen Vallow did change the deposit of Tylee Ryan's Social Security benefits from Tylee Ryan's JP Morgan Chase account to deposit money directly into Lori Noreen Vallow's personal BBVA account. C, on or about September 1, 2019, Lori Noreen Vallow did move from Chandler, Arizona to Rexburg, Idaho with Alex Cox, Tylee Ryan, and Joshua Jackson Vallow, hereinafter JJ Vallow. D, on or about September 8th, 2019, Chad Guy Daybell Googled SSW wind and visited a website entitled, "What is the definition of SSW wind direction?" E, on or about September 9th, 2019, Alex Cox did go to 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175, Rexburg, Idaho. F, on or between September 9th, 2019 and February 1, 2020, Lori Noreen Vallow failed or refused to contact the Social Security Administration as required by law to inform the Social Security Administration of Tylee Ryan's death. G, on or between September 25th, 2019 and January 22nd, 2020, Lori Noreen Vallow did wrongfully continue to collect 5 monthly Social Security survivor benefits on behalf of Tylee Ryan. 7, and such act or acts were done for the purpose of carrying out the agreement. If any of the above 7 elements have not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. If each of the above 7 elements have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty. Instruction number 30. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder as alleged in count 2 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on or between the 8th and 9th of September, 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, and encourage another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Tylee Ryan. 4, with malice aforethought. And 5, the murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill, and then decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined as follows. All persons who participate in a crime either before or during its commission by intentionally aiding, abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission are guilty of the crime. All such participants are considered principals in the commission of the crime. The participation of each defendant in the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. Instruction number 31. In order for the defendant to be guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception as alleged in count 3 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018 and continuing until January 15, 2020. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant, Chad Daybell, Lori Noreen Vallow, and/or Alex Cox, deceased, and/or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, agreed. 4, to commit the crimes of murder in the first degree of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception. 5, the defendant intended that the crimes would be committed. 6, one of the parties to the agreement performed at least one of the following overt acts. A, on or between October 26, 2018 and June 9, 2020, Chad Guy Daybell and Lori Noreen Vallow did endorse and espouse religious beliefs for the purpose of encouraging and/or justifying the homicide of JJ Vallow. B, on or about September 1, 2019, Lori Noreen Vallow did move from Chandler, Arizona to Rexburg, Idaho with Alex Cox, Tylee Ryan, and Joshua Jackson, JJ Vallow. C, on or about September 23, 2019, Alex Cox did take possession of JJ Vallow. D, on or about November 26, 2019, Lori Noreen Vallow provided a fake and or misleading physical location of JJ Vallow to law enforcement during a lawful investigation. E, on or between September 23, 2019 and February 1, 2020, Lori Noreen Vallow failed or refused to contact the Social Security Administration as required by law to inform the Social Security Administration of JJ Vallow's death. F, on or between September 9, 2019 and February 1, 2020, Lori Noreen Vallow did wrongfully continue to collect four monthly Social Security survivor benefits on behalf of JJ Vallow and 4 monthly Social Security child and care payments. 7, and such act or acts were done for the purpose of carrying out the agreement. If any of the above 7 elements have not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. If each of the above 7 elements have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty. Instruction number 32. Count 4 of the amended indictment contains a clerical error in that, quote, on or between the 8th and 9th day of September 2019, end quote, should instead state, quote, on or between the 22nd and 23rd day of September 2019, end quote. You may consider the dates on or between the 22nd and 23rd day of September 2019 in your deliberations regarding count 4. Instruction number 33. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder, as alleged in count 4 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on or between the 22nd and 23rd day of September 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant Chad Daybell engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, and encourage another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Joshua Jackson, JJ Vallow. 4, with malice aforethought. And 5, the murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill and then decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined as follows. All persons who participate in a crime, either before or during its commission, by intentionally aiding, abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission are guilty of the crime. All such participants are considered principals in the commission of the crime. The participation of each defendant in the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find the elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. Instruction number 34. In order for the defendant to be guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, as alleged in count 5 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018 to January 15, 2020. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant Chad Daybell, Lori Noreen Vallow, and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, agreed. 4, to commit the crime of murder in the first degree of Tammy Daybell. 5, the defendant intended that the crime would be committed. 6, one of the parties to the agreement performed at least one of the following acts. A, On or about or between the dates of October 26, 2018 and June 9, 2020, Chad Daybell and Lori Noreen Vallow did encourage and espouse religious beliefs for the purpose of justifying and or encouraging the homicide of Tammy Daybell. B, on or about September 1, 2019, Lori Noreen Vallow Daybell did move to Rexburg, Idaho with Alex Cox, Tylee Ryan, and Joshua Jackson, hereinafter JJ Vallow. C, on or about July 30th, 2019, Chad and Lori sent text messages to each other regarding death percentages for Tammy and JJ. D, Chad Daybell obtained a burner phone on September 18th, 2019. E, Alex Cox obtained a burner phone on October 9, 2019. F, Chad Daybell and Lori Noreen Vallow Daybell sent text messages to each other about Tammy Daybell being in limbo and Tammy being possessed by a spirit named Viola. G, on September 8, 2019, Chad Daybell signed an application along with Tammy Daybell to increase her life map insurance to the maximum allowed under her policy. H, Alex Cox attempted to shoot Tammy Daybell on October 9, 2019. I, Alex Cox conducted multiple internet searches between the dates of October 8, 2019 and October 12, 2019, including searches related to Grendel, drop, and shooting through a Dodge Dakota. J, Alex Cox went to a gun range in the month before October 9, 2019, when the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell takes place. K, Alex Cox traveled from Sportsman's Warehouse to the vicinity of the Daybell residence on October 9, 2019. L, Alex Cox was in the church parking lot approximately 2.5 miles from the Daybell residence on the night of October 18, 2019. 7, and such act or acts was done for the purpose of carrying out the agreement. If any of the above 7 elements have not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. If each of the above 7 elements have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty. Instruction number 35. In order for the defendant to be guilty of insurance fraud in count 7 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on or about October 19, 2019 to October 30, 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant Chad Daybell. 4, with the intent to defraud or deceive LifeMap Insurance Company for the purpose of obtaining money or benefit. 5, made a statement to LifeMap Insurance Company knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of insurance fraud in count 7 of the amended indictment. If you find that elements 1 through 5 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of insurance fraud. Instruction number 36. In order for the defendant to be guilty of insurance fraud in count 9 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on or about October 19, 2019 to October 31st, 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant Chad Daybell. 4, with the intent to defraud or deceive Primerica Life Insurance Company for the purpose of obtaining money or benefit. 5, made a statement to Primerica Life Insurance Company knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of insurance fraud in count 9 of the amended indictment. If you find that elements 1 through 5 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of insurance fraud. Instruction number 37. In this case, you will return a verdict consisting of a series of questions. Although the explanations on the verdict form are self-explanatory, they are part of the instructions to you. I will now read the verdict form to you. It states, We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? And then not guilty and guilty options. Question 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Not guilty and guilty options. Question 3, in regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Not guilty and guilty options. Question number 4. In regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? And then there are 2 options, guilty or not guilty. Question number 5, in regard to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Not guilty or guilty option. Question number 6, in regard to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Not guilty and guilty options. Question number 7, in regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Not guilty and guilty options. And then question number 8, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, is Chad Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Not guilty or guilty options. Then there's a place to insert a date and a signature for the presiding officer. I'll note to the jurors, there will be a separate verdict form. This is just the language out of that form, but one original form to be signed by the presiding juror. Jury instruction number 38. You have been instructed as to all the rules of law that may be necessary for you to reach a verdict. Whether some of the instructions will apply will depend upon your determination of the facts. You will disregard any instruction which applies to a state of facts which you determine does not exist. You must not conclude from the fact that an instruction has been given that the court is expressing any opinion as to the facts. Instruction number 39. The original instructions and exhibits will be with you in the jury room, with the exception of exhibits 172, pickaxe, and 173, shovel, and illustrative or demonstrative exhibits. For safety and security reasons, the tool exhibits may be viewed with the assistance of the bailiff if requested by the jury. The demonstrative or illustrative exhibits may be available as explained in instruction number 17. They are part of the official court record. For this reason, please do not alter them or write or mark on them in any way. Some of the exhibits have been sealed in bags or containers that allow you to view them. Do not open or remove the contents of those exhibits. If you have any questions about the handling or use of exhibits, submit those questions in writing to me through the bailiff. The instructions are numbered for convenience in referring to specific instructions. There may or may not be a gap in the numbering of the instructions. If there is, you should not concern yourselves about such gap. Instruction number 40. Upon retiring to the jury room, select one of you as a presiding officer who will preside over your deliberations. It is that person's duty to see that the discussion is orderly, that the issues submitted for your decision are fully and fairly discussed, and that every juror has a chance to express himself or herself upon each question. In this case, your verdict must be unanimous. When you all arrive at a verdict, the presiding officer will sign it and you will return it to open court. Your verdict in this case cannot be arrived at by chance, by lot, or by compromise. If after considering all of the instructions in their entirety and after having fully discussed the evidence before you, the jury determines that it is necessary to communicate with me, you may send a note by the bailiff. You are not to reveal to me or anyone else how the jury stands until you have reached a verdict or unless you are instructed by me to do so. A verdict form suitable to any conclusion you may reach will be submitted to you with these instructions. Instruction number 41. I have outlined for you the rules of law applicable to this case and have told you some of the matters which you may consider in weighing the evidence to determine the facts. In a few minutes, counsel will present their closing remarks to you, and then you will retire to the jury room for your deliberations. The arguments and statements of the attorneys are not evidence. If you remember the facts differently from the way the attorneys have stated them, you should base your decision on what you remember. The attitude and conduct of jurors at the beginning of your deliberations are important. It is rarely productive at the outset for you to make an emphatic expression of your opinion on the case or to state how you intend to vote. When you do that at the beginning, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may hesitate to change your position, even if shown that it is wrong. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates, but are judges. For you, as for me, there can be no triumph except in the ascertainment and declaration of the truth. As jurors, you have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate before making your individual decisions. You may fully and fairly discuss among yourselves all of the evidence you have seen and heard in this courtroom about the case together with the law that relates to this case as contained in these instructions. During your deliberations, you each have a right to re-examine your own views and change your opinion. You should only do so if you are convinced by fair and honest discussion that your original opinion was incorrect based upon the evidence the jury saw and heard during the trial and the law as given you in these instructions. Consult with one another, consider each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. However, none of you should surrender your honest opinion as to the weight or effect of evidence or as to the innocence or guilt of the defendant because the majority of the jury feels otherwise or for the purpose of returning a unanimous verdict. All right, that concludes the reading of the instructions then. At this time, the next matter we would take up would be closings, beginning with the state. Is this going to be Ms. Blake presenting closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, are you ready to proceed?
May we approach just briefly?
Yes, you may.
Oh, well, that actually came in under the hour that it took in the in Lori's trial. Yeah, very direct. So, we are going on to closing arguments already. They will have the prosecution, then the defense, and then the prosecution is allowed to come back just like rebuttal for a another part. I did post the link for the amended indictment again that was being referenced considerably by Judge Boyce. And I did think that the clarification on the dates on count 4 was addressed quite directly and simply, making it very uncomplicated. Just ignore those dates, replace them with this, and everything's fine. I would say that Chad Daybell does not look comfortable today. If he looked comfortable today, then I know he would have been totally insane. I gotta.
All right, thank you, counsel. We are going to take a quick break here while state sets up something for closing. So because we started when we did, I don't think we necessarily need to take a extensive regular mid-morning break. So let's try to make it about 15 minutes, and then right about 11 o'clock, we'll get started with the state's closing. So we'll be in recess for a moment.
All rise, please.
Okay, so we have 15 minutes before the prosecution's closing. We probably have to set up the projector or something like that for they can use visuals and things like that from, or to put up evidence, not to charts, anything like that. But remember, anything in the closing argument is not to be used as evidence. We had this in several other trials that I have watched where the prosecution or the defense used I think it was in the Masterson trial, the defense used a chart in regards to what they were talking about and how to look at certain evidence. And the jury actually asked to see it after the fact, once they were in deliberation. So they had to be reminded that it wasn't evidence. This is a line that sometimes can get blurred here, that actually the lawyers telling their story of what they want you to focus on is not evidence. They're allowed to say whatever they like, but it's not evidence. You don't actually get to use it as evidence to prove your point of guilty or not guilty when you're in jury deliberations. It can get a little blurry there. You can see how that happens, right? Let's see. Chad, he looks very stiff. His posture reminds me of soldiers at attention, but with none of the discipline. Yeah, he does look rather tense today, I agree. Chad is hyper for him. He's looking at people in the gallery. Is he sweating yet? Well, he should be. Today is the day the jury gets to decide. They get the case. Yeah. It was discussion in the chat on whether Chad was like insane, but I agree with Couch too. I think he's just sane enough to recognize that it could take advantage of Lori's crazy to expand his sphere of influence, and I actually agree with this. I think he did use Lori that way. He did see it that way. Also, midlife crisis, don't want vanilla life. There's an exciting babe that's into me thing, contributed greatly. But I think it's all ego driven. It was all agenda driven. Yeah, it just fit. I also think Lori used him in the same way to bolster up her crazy beliefs on what was going on, that she was like all that. It gave her a place in a godly mission. Yeah, she totally used him in that way also to be free of her life of children and responsibility onto a new mission that much more exciting to think that you're on this great path to salvation. I agree, Rocket Couch. Being at attention is probably less stiff. Yeah, because you got to be there to it's like a formal stance that you can hold for a very long time. I don't think Chad the Slug could. Yeah. Katie Pryor is going to need a lot of spaghetti in his clothing. You got it. Like, it should be interesting. What a tale. He's going to be free to tell the stories he's been trying to get out through questions. Trying to get everything out. Like he usually will ask the question in such a way that he gets the jury to hear what he wants them to hear, regardless of what the witness has to say. Good morning, Mary, or good afternoon, rather. And yes, I am having a lovely cup of coffee with the proceedings. Yeah, Sean, the slug, hidden true crimes had told us that is the nickname that the courthouse county guards and officials had given to him in the jail system, in the prison system, because of his slow mannerisms and the way he's so laid back. He moves slow, he talks slow. Yeah, they call him Slug. She found it quite amusing. That came out in the beginning of the trial, somehow or other. She said it in one of her live streams, and it just stuck with me. It does fit so well, Yeah. Liz said, "This is one of the nuttiest cases I have come across. The other major one was the Sharon Tate murders with Charles Manson. Yeah, and the followers. Yeah, that was horrible." Evidence-wise, I think this one was pretty straightforward as far as what the prosecution was trying to prove. I really think they did prove the conspiracy existed. I really do. They proved there was a plan and that there was motive. I would be surprised if he walks. Stranger things have happened though. Like it's almost like you hesitate to say one way or another, regardless of how you feel, because you don't want to put it out there to be challenged by the universe to show you that you just don't know. You know what I mean? I would say that Chad has had it pretty lenient in the prison system because he's been in county most of the time. He hasn't gone, it did to spend as much time in the big unit based on the trial. I know Lori was, they said Lori was making statements about it. It was better. She liked it better to be in county. The privileges are more. You think oh, really? They think he dyed his, what are they saying? Tomorrow Kiddo is saying that people in other chats are saying that Chad's hair went from gray to dark. Yeah, I guess he's trying to look better for the cameras. He is quite the narcissist. I guess he cares what people think. Actually, they do have, they actually have, hair and makeup stuff in the prison. Like you can make an appointment with the hairdresser. In the Courtney Clenny case, that came up as something she complained about, is that she wasn't allowed time to prepare to, get her hair done and be presentable for the cameras before hearings. And that she made a prisoner's complaint that she's allowed to do. Remember, I did a true crime update on it. Several of Courtney Clenny's complaints to the prison system itself. Prisoners are allowed to file these complaints for the rights of all prisoners and themselves. And she was using the system to her advantage that way. And then at her very next court hearing, she did look a lot better. Like she did have her hair done and she had full makeup on. Mary says that I've been watching a little bit of the Karen Reed case. I'm so lost with this one. The more I watch, the dumber it gets. If you're speaking about the Karen Reed, that is a hot mess. Like, I can't even. That incites me to riot every time I try to delve into that. The behaviors, the what's going on the social medias, the people that are interfering, how they take one word and twist it, what they're doing to witnesses. Disgusting behavior all around. Today is quite the tenseful day. Be good to yourselves, people. Make sure you stretch. You know, if you feel yourself getting overwhelmed, walk away. Take good care of yourselves. We are each the best. And we each have our best knowledge of what is, when it's getting to be too much. So be good to ourselves. You're right, Sean. In prison, there's always a Bubba, isn't there? Yeah. Yeah, it's really sad, Mary Adams. I would agree. It is very, very sad what's happening out there in the socials in regards to that trial. Yeah. They are, Mandy, I was looking at Twitter too, and it's getting to be so intense and crazy what's going on between the free Karen Reed people and those that just are, actually trying to stick up for the process here and there, you know. But it's like both sides are really getting out of control. Right? It's complete insanity, actually. They are seriously beefing back and forth. Lies, accusations, GoFundMe's, witness tampering. Man, intimidation of people's children. I mean, there was a couple of snippets of a YouTube live that went out there where they were actually threatening witnesses, saying, "You will have not a moment's peace if you leave your house. We'll be there, wherever you go, whatever you do. Your lives until Karen Reed is free are over." Like it was an absolute threat to witnesses. I think we will be on Verdict Watch later today, Liz. I'm going to set up a live stream. And as soon as they go live, I will actually go live with the verdict. Hopefully, they usually give us a 30-minute notice. But if I create that live stream ahead of time, of course, you're not going to get 30-minute notification. You're not going to get another notification until I hit that button to go live. So I guess we'll just all watch, Yeah, it does make this one seem tame, doesn't it, Tomorrow Kiddo? Although this was so horrendous. There wasn't too much, Liam, just the reading of the jury instructions. They are now currently setting up for the prosecution to start their closing argument. So it was about 40 some odd minutes of him reading the jury instructions based on yesterday's motion. Based on yesterday's jury instruction hearing, the changes made. It's taken a long time, Liz. I agree to get here. Yep. Yeah, what they're doing is absolutely disgusting, Mindy. I've lost so much respect. And even those channels that we watched come up during Depp Heard that are participating in such a untoward way, it's just not. And even though they're not actually the ones out there doing some of the worst things, the fact that they're supporting this person that is causing it is distressing for me. Those that are supporting the YouTuber that is behind a lot of the people that are doing the worst things. The fact that people are out there supporting him that way is really ugh. Yeah, yeah. He's one of them, Mandy. It's disgusting. Yeah. But there are some others that aren't lawyers. They're out there, they're YouTubers like me that just came up, during Depp Heard, and they got really big, they got huge. Some of them have lawyers connections, some of them don't. But even they are pushing the envelope on clicks and views in towards the drama, and it's really unsettling. Hey, to each his own. Some people are in it for the money, as rightly they can be. But the line that I can't stand that they cross is in the interference and the obstruction. And I'm happy that actually the law went forward and pressed charges against those that they feel are actually doing it. And we're back.
Thank you. I believe we've got our jurors lined up or close to lined up, so we'll remain standing. Mr. Bailiff, if you could have them return to the courtroom, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Congratulations, Rocky Couch. That's good news.
All right, please. Here's all present counterpart, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. The court concluded reading of the jury instructions. At this time, then we're going to have closing arguments beginning with the state. Ms. Blake, once you're ready to proceed, you can begin your closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to test this. Is this working?
It is.
And Your Honor, can I get the HDMI?
Yes, I'll instruct the clerk to activate that.
And may I proceed?
You may, Ms. Blake.
Thank you.
What's that?
This is a call from and paid for by
Lori.
an inmate at Madison County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now. Thank you for using Telmates.
Hi, babe.
Hello.
Are you okay?
So they're searching the property.
The house right now?
Yeah. Yeah. M&M's. So Mark means we'll be talking to you.
Okay. What, are they in the house?
No, they're out in the property.
Three dead bodies on the defendant, Chad Daybell's property and or in the residence. Two of them children. His mistress's kids. Joshua Jackson Vallow and Tylee Ryan were found buried in the defendant's backyard. Tammy Daybell was found dead in their marital bed. And for what? Money power, and sex. That's what the defendant cared about.
Ms. Blake, I really apologize. Could you just hold the mic right up? We're barely getting your signal strong enough. Thank you.
On October 26th of 2018, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell met for the first time at a Preparing a People conference in St. George, Utah. You heard from Zulema Pastenis and Melanie Gibb how the first time they met, Lori was flirty. She came on to Chad, but Chad was receptive. You heard from Investigator Edwards that a few days after the conference, Google searches were conducted by Chad, Lori Vallow, images of Lori Vallow, Charles Vallow. At the time Chad and Lori met, their spouses were alive and well. Charles Vallow and Tammy Daybell were alive. Lori and Chad were both married, but Chad was Googling about Lori. You heard how sometime after the conference, Lori ended up sharing with Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastenis how Chad at the conference had told her that they had been married in previous lives. And you heard through the trial, previous lives, multiple probations, multiple creations. It's all the same idea. Why does that matter? It was a way to justify the affair to the people around them, maybe even to justify the affair to themselves. They were married to other people. But because they'd been married in prior lives, prior probations, prior creations, everything they were doing was okay. You heard about 3 weeks later, after that first conference, that first meeting, Chad was down in Arizona. Around November 15th to 17th, Chad was down there for a conference, but he stayed at Lori's house. And you heard how other people stayed there as well. And one of them that was at the conference, Melanie Gibb, or at the conference and then at the gathering at Lori's house, Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastenis. And remember, Zulema talked to you all about how Chad sat the women down. So Zulema, Melanie, some other women, and Lori. And he taught them. Chad was the one teaching. Chad was the one sharing these ideas and these concepts. He was sharing them with Lori too. You also heard how shortly after meeting Lori, the defendant began drafting his version of their story, the James and Elena story. And throughout the trial, you heard how Chad and Lori would go by different names sometimes, or they had code names or persons that they claimed to be in prior lives. James and Elena were two of those names, Raphael and Lily, all really Chad and Lori. The James and Elena story was written by Chad, Chad's own words. And what do we know from James and Elena? In James and Elena, and you heard about this from Agent Hart, and you heard about it from Analyst Heidemann. James and Elena, Chad writes, at this time, their spirits could not be restrained any longer, and a long-awaited makeout session took place in that lobby. This was manifest in the mortal world to James and Elena through the scientific phenomenon known as loin fire. He also, another excerpt, he resisted an impulse to kiss her, but his entire body was on fire. He instinctively knew she was everything he had ever dreamed of. Additionally, her dimensions were exactly what he had always fantasized about, but that revelation would have to wait a month. These are written about his first meeting with Lori. She is everything he's fantasized about. What is this about for Chad? Sex. He wants to have sex with Lori Vallow. He wants to be in a relationship with her, and he decides that the first time he meets her. We also see in there he has to wait about a month for the full revelation of her dimensions. What does that mean? He has to wait a month before he actually gets to see her body. They're absolutely engaged in an affair. They had two favorite positions that particularly bonded them together. Nothing meant more to James than holding Elena in his arms and unifying their bodies in perfect synchronization. Nothing meant more. This was about sex. The James and Elena story is essentially an autobiography outlining the defendant's sexual affair with Lori Vallow under the facade of having a spiritual undertone or being spiritually sanctioned. But let's call it what it was. Chad's graphic description of his boundless lust for Lori Vallow, who he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess. Again, Chad is still married as he's writing this story for Lori. And you heard excerpts from the James and Elena story from Agent Hart. James had served in an important position in the Lord's church, and Elena had been his beloved spouse and best friend. That relationship was now meant to continue in this lifetime. Again, married in a prior life, prior probation, it justifies having an affair in this life. He tried to delicately describe their connection to each other, and he was delighted that she believed him. Another theme throughout the trial. Chad is the one with the information. Chad is the one with knowledge, and he shares it with others. Chad shared with Lori their connection to each other, and he was happy she believed him. He knew they were meant to be married again and complete important missions together before the second coming. Again, they're both married to other people. And part of this trial, there was testimony about what we never saw. Through all the communications, through all the discovery, through all the evidence, no indication ever that Chad Daybell intended to divorce Tammy. No indication ever that Chad Daybell intended to separate from Tammy, but he wants to be married to Lori. This mission included being with him, and they would progress together as translated beings. The full plan wasn't yet completely clear to him. Again, Chad is the one that is a self-proclaimed visionary. He claims he gets revelation. He claims he has visions. The full plan wasn't clear to him. What full plan? How he's going to end up being with Lori Vallow. They are both married. You heard how in early 2019, Chad told Zulema Pastenis he wanted to share some teachings with her. They ended up having a phone call, and Chad started to talk to her about this concept of multi-creations or multiple probations. And when Zulema testified, she had some journal entries. Zulema was open to this concept. She trusted Chad, she trusted Lori, and she was open to their teachings. So much so that she would make journal entries of these because she wanted to keep track of them. She wanted to understand. And the one with the page number 1, that's her outline of this concept of multi-creations. And Chad explained that you could have come in multiple creations, you could come multiple times in the same creation. But one theme was if you'd been exalted in one and you came again, you were exalted in this lifetime. He shared with Zulema some of her past lives. He told Zulema that he had a book of life. And through that book of life, he could see people's past lives and he could see into the future. He also told her he didn't actually need the book. He could do it without it. You heard Miss Pulowski, Melanie Pulowski, that is, Melanie Gibb, and Zulema all reference a pendulum or a pendant that the defendant had at some times that he would tell them he could get answers. But again, he didn't have to have that to give them the answers. Common theme, Chad has the answers, Chad has the knowledge, Chad has that special ability. Shortly after this, meeting in early 2019, Charles Vallow is deemed dark. Chad Daybell deemed Charles Vallow dark. He actually said he was possessed by an entity named Ned Schneider. In January of 2019, Chad Daybell was doing Google searches for Ned Schneider. Then the idea of castings comes into play. And page 5 from Zulema's journal talks about her understanding of castings and what would happen. And you heard Miss Pulowski, Miss Gibb, and Miss Pastenis all talk about how they were involved in castings at different times. There was testimony that sometimes Chad was there, testimony that sometimes he wasn't. But they would do a casting, a prayer circle, there were some other descriptions, but at the end of the day, the person wasn't there. They weren't physically touching the person. How would they know if a casting was successful? Lori would call Chad. Chad had the information, Chad had the knowledge. When it came to Charles, castings on Ned were said to be successful. Ned was gone. But the problem was that eventually, Chad and Lori taught that if a person was possessed, it meant the body had to die. The individual, the actual spirit of that body, was gone. An evil entity was in that body, and in order to set the person free, the body had to die. So when a casting was successful and the body didn't die, well, now there's a new entity. That's what Chad would tell them. So Charles became Garrett. Castings are done on Garrett. They called Chad. It was successful. Well, Charles was still alive. Body didn't die. So now Charles is Iplos. And Iplos is an even more demonic entity. Iplos is so dark that we get a new term introduced of zombie. The other thing that was going on around this same time, as Charles became Iplos, is that Charles actually confronted Lori about her affair with Chad. Around June 29th of 2019, Charles Vallow confronts Lori. And he tells her, I am going to email Tammy Daybell. She deserves to know what's going on. Charles, in fact, sends an email to Tammy Daybell on June 29th of 2019, informing her of the affair. Charles also sends an email to Chad Daybell on June 29th of 2019, confronting him about the affair, telling him it's improper, it needs to stop. Then on July 1st of 2019, Charles tells Lori, I'm going to go meet with Tammy in person. I'm going to tell her what's going on. Lori tells him, she won't talk to you. She's my friend. Lori and Chad are in constant communication. You heard that throughout the trial. They're having an affair. They're talking. They're getting burner phones. And you heard testimony about the burner phones. They all had multiple different phones that they would use. And when I say they all, Chad and Lori and Alex. Only 10 days later, 10 days after Charles threatens to go and tell Chad's wife about the affair, Charles is shot and killed. He's shot and killed by Alex Cox in Arizona. We heard from the Arizona detectives that on that fateful day, Charles had shown up to take his 7-year-old son, little JJ, to school. Instead of getting to take his son to school, he wound up dead. Why? Charles was dark. Charles was a zombie. And if someone's a zombie, if someone's dark, the body has to die. We know that Melanie Gibbs said, she asked Alex, do you believe in these zombie teachings? Do you believe in zombies? Alex's response, 100%. Zulema asked Alex, or when we asked Zulema, did Alex believe Chad? Zulema's response, 100%. Shortly after Charles' death, Melanie Gibb talks to Lori. and you heard from her what was missing. No signs of grief, no signs of remorse. Her husband had just been shot and killed in her home by her brother. No signs of grief, no signs of remorse. On July 11th of 2019, the other thing we know, Chad and Lori were in contact throughout that day. You heard that through Detective Werther's testimony. You heard from Detective Duncan and Detective Werther that there were several text messages exchanged in the morning hours of July 11th of 2019, with the last one being right around the time Charles Vallow would have arrived at Lori's house. Zulema said she saw Alex shortly after the shooting, and she asked him, "Are you okay? What's going on?" Because he also, no signs of remorse, no signs of grief. Alex's response to her, he was a zombie. Alex 100% believed in zombies. Alex 100% believed Chad. Chad said Charles was dark. Charles was a zombie. Chad said if someone's a zombie, the body has to die. Alex shot and killed Charles Vallow. Alex 100% believed Chad. You also heard how at some point Chad had deemed Alex to be Lori's protector. He talked to Alex about how Alex had been her protector in multiple lives, multiple creations, multiple probations. Alex was here to protect Lori. And you heard that Alex relished that role. He relished having a purpose. He relished being part of this. One thing, though, Lori was upset about. Zulema had asked Lori at one point, if Charles is a zombie, why are you back with him? Lori's response, I need to get my finances in order. After Charles' death, Lori reaches out to Chad to tell him, I'm not getting the $1 million life insurance policy. He must have switched the beneficiary. As they proceed through this conversation, Chad's response, interesting if it was him after he had 2 bullets in his chest. No remorse, no grief. Lori did message Chad, though, to let him know that it was probably Ned that changed the insurance before we got rid of him. She's messaging Chad that. She also lets Chad know, don't worry, I'll still get $4,000 a month in Social Security. Tylee Ryan's father had died, and Tylee Ryan had been receiving Social Security benefits. So Lori knew JJ would get Social Security benefits since Charles was dead. Lori was also going to get benefits since she was JJ's custodian. Seven days after Charles' death, Chad is texting Lori. I was told extreme changes are coming for me. I welcome them both. What were the extreme changes? Charles has been dead for 7 days. What extreme changes do we know happen in Chad's life? Well, his mistress's 2 kids end up dead on his property, and his wife Tammy ends up dead in their marital bed. Extreme changes are coming, and I welcome them. Chad and Lori engage in further text conversation throughout that month of July. Chad, at this point, they've started to talk about labeling people as dark. And again, Chad is the one that can do that. They start talking about death percentages. Chad, again, is the only one that can determine someone's death percentage. How close someone is to dying is determined by Chad Daybell. He tells Lori in this message, and keep in mind, he is talking about toddler children, young children. He decreased the pain tolerance to 1% and greatly increased his pain. He then asked Lori, do you want me to cause pain to those 2 3s? Who are the 3s? Again, remember, when someone's light or dark, there's also generally a numeric value or a numeric number assigned to that. In this case, 3 3s. So they were 3 dark. He ends up saying, yes, if they are going to act up, we'll at least give them a reason to scream. These are young children. And specifically, these are the children of Melanie Pulowski that are being referenced. Right after saying he's going to give these children a reason to scream, I love, cherish, treasure, and adore you. He wants to be with Lori Vallow. Chad messages her later in July. Every few weeks, I get to escape and have amazing adventures with my goddess lover. But then I have to return to my place under the stairs, feeling trapped. But I sense permanent freedom is coming. What did Chad need permanent freedom from? He just returned from seeing Lori Vallow. His wife is still alive. He feels trapped when he's at home with his family. Who does Chad want freedom from? Tammy. And he senses it's coming. We talked in this trial about how Chad and Lori would manipulate each other. In this text thread, Lori Vallow is upset with Chad. And Chad tells her, referring to Grandpa Keith, who's someone that's deceased, that he is supposed to warn her that she's unprotected. The angels are angry that Lori's ignoring him. And if she wants that protection back, she better talk to him. Lori's response, I love you. Chad, thank you, my love. I will get things restored. Chad manipulated Lori with power. Chad held himself out to be a visionary. He held himself out to have spiritual gifts, and he would manipulate Lori with that. Lori, on the other hand, she was frustrated. Her husband's gone. Chad's wife is still alive. Chad and Tammy have 5 children. They have a grandchild. Chad's life is undisturbed. And it causes contention between Lori and Chad because Lori wants Chad to be freed up now. So Lori's frustrated. I really do want you to. I just can't be in the way anymore. If things change, then we can talk. But we have nothing until things change. What needs to change? Tammy's in the way. Charles is gone. Lori can't be with Chad because Tammy. Chad's response, I want you. Nothing else matters. Lori manipulates Chad with sex. From the minute he met her, he wanted to be with her, and she knew it. About a month after Charles' passing, Lori's asking Chad, do you think there is a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children? Chad's response, there is a plan being orchestrated for the children. I was shown last night how it fit together. Again, Lori asked Chad. Chad has the answers. Is there a plan to take the children? And what children are they referencing? JJ and Tylee.
I don't know why it had to go down this road to where we are now in the project.
Mm-hmm. You know. I don't fully understand. I think he'd text you back or write you back.
Ultimately, what I need from you is that the project is going to be finished and everything is going to be fine and it's going to work out.
That's what he said.
Well, I need you to tell me that every day, several times.
Okay. My sweet, lovely Lolo. Things are going to work out, not just because he says so, but because I know so. It's a marvelous plan. Slight
How do you know
hiccup.
so?
How do I know? It's been shown to me, honey. I've seen those beautiful eyes filled with tears as she sings to amazing groups of people, and I've seen that wonderful body dance to heavenly songs. Your purpose is only beginning, it's hardly begun. And it will be the pair, it won't be solo. And it's going to be incredible.
Be cholo and not
I have
solo.
absolutely. That's right. Yep. It will be the Eurythmics. No solo careers. I'm just absolutely sure. I was saying it will be the Eurythmics. It won't be two solo careers.
I know, but I'm saying, you said you have absolute what? Confidence?
Absolute assurity, confidence, confirmation. It's going to be as seen. There's some things that aren't going to be altered.
Again, Lori reaches out to Chad. She needs affirmation from him. She needs to talk to him about what he knows with the plan. Lori asked Chad if she should be doing anything in relation to the plan. Chad's response? He tells Lori the Lord told him they just need to keep resolving the telestial issues so they are unencumbered and fully free. What are telestial issues? Remember, telestial means earth. They need to resolve the earthly issues, earthly obstacles, so they can be unencumbered and fully free. Chad tells Lori on August 10th, we're so close to the finish line. On September 3rd, Lori is letting Alex know, that Chad and she are trying to get to the bottom of what they need to do to completely eliminate zombies. And she lets Alex know, I'm sure you will be told also. Alex couldn't rate people. Alex didn't discern if people were light and dark. Alex got the information from Lori and Chad. Lori got the information from Chad. Chad tells Lori, we are surrounded by telestial relatives that are simply obstacles. Earthly relatives that are simply obstacles are surrounding Chad and Lori. And again, he tells Lori, I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. To be together, they've got to get rid of the earthly relatives that are simply obstacles. Because remember, they need to remove the obstacles so they can be fully free and unencumbered. Shortly after Charles' death in early August of 2019, shortly after Charles' death, Chad Daybell travels down to Arizona, and he stays in the residence where Charles Vallow has recently been shot and killed. Zulema talks about seeing them there, she talks about the fact that she thought they were maybe acting inappropriate given the fact that Tammy was still alive. Chad assured Zulema that Tammy was going to die and that Tammy would be okay with he and Lori being together because Tammy was going to move on to her mission. His mission, again, it's with Lori. He says that time and time again. We have a mission together. It's he and Lori. He decides Tammy has her own mission. Why? To justify the affair. Zulema talks about how in August she notices a change in Alex and Chad's relationship. Again, Alex has just shot and killed Charles Vallow, and now he and Chad seem to be closer. She talks about Chad giving Alex a blessing, and in the blessing, he tells Alex that Alex needs to move to Rexburg. Alex had no known ties to Rexburg outside of Chad Daybell. Alex trusted Chad so much that he flew back with Chad to check out Rexburg. Eventually, Alex was told that he was exalted. And remember, we talked a little bit about that and you heard about it in the trial. If someone was exalted in a prior life or a prior creation, they were exalted in this one. And you heard Zulema talk about how Lori would address that. If Lori did something and she was asked about it, she'd tap her hand, doesn't count for me. It didn't count for her because she was exalted. They taught Alex that same thing. What Alex did in this life didn't count for him because he had been exalted. Around September 1st of 2019, Lori ends up relocating to Rexburg as well. JJ and Tylee come with her, as well as Alex Cox, and they moved to 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho. Lori ended up telling the principal of JJ's school, Josh Wilson, that she moved to Rexburg because her husband had died of a heart attack and she wanted to be moved close to family. Lori had no family in Rexburg. Her connection to Rexburg was Chad Daybell. Shortly before moving to Rexburg, you heard from Detective Considas and forensic accountant Mike Douglas that Lori switched Tylee's Social Security money that she got from her father to go into an account associated only with Lori Vallow. That change was made on August 16th of 2019. They then moved to Idaho around September 1st of 2019. Before Lori moved to Rexburg, Chad had already shared with her that Tylee was dark and JJ was dark. And we know what has to happen if someone's dark. If someone's dark and they're an earthly obstacle, the body has to die. Knowing that, Lori still brought her children to Idaho, closer to Chad Daybell. Alex came with her, and remember, Alex believed Chad 100%. In July, 7 days after Charles' death, Chad Daybell texts Lori, "I've been instructed to focus my efforts on Hillary." Who is Hillary? That's Tylee. Lori asks him, "Find out her percentage for me and JJ's." What's the percentage? It's the death percentage. Chad's response, "She is at 0.13. I turned up the pain to 10. Tylee is a 16-year-old girl. He's turning the pain up to 10, and he's saying her death percentage is 0.13. He then tells her that Raphael, another name for Chad, visited him talking about JJ and told him to follow Amy into the light. We all know what it means if someone says, follow someone into the light. July 23rd, again, Lori to Chad. Check Tylee. Why does she want Tylee checked? She's being super sweet and helpful. Her daughter is being sweet and helpful, and Lori wants to know, is she dark? What's her death percentage? And who is she asking for that information? Chad Daybell. On September 8th of 2019, Tylee, Alex, JJ, and Lori take a trip to West Yellowstone, a seemingly normal family outing. However, we know that was the last time Tylee Ryan is ever seen alive. And what is Chad Daybell doing on September 8th of 2019? He's looking up south-southwest wind. Why does this matter? Remember how Tylee was found. Remember what happened to her. That young lady was burned. Her remains discovered on Chad Daybell's property. On September 9th, we heard from Agent Balance and Agent Wright that there was something unusual about a device associated with Alex Cox and where it was located. You heard that when Alex first arrived in Rexburg, his device was at apartment 175 from September 1st to September 5th, pretty much all the time or at normal hours of the day, appeared to be residing there. After that, that device is mainly associated with apartment 107. The device will travel to 175, but generally returns to 107 no later than midnight. The day after, the early morning hours after the last day Tylee is seen alive, that device is at Lori's apartment, apartment 175, the apartment where Tylee Ryan was known to reside, at 2:42 in the morning. The only time in the month of September, with the exception of the first 5 days and the exception of September 30th when that device was left with Lori Vallow, the only time that device is there in those early morning hours. What do we know happens later that morning? The device returns to Alex's apartment, and Chad calls Alex. Where does Alex go after Chad calls him? He heads to Chad's property. And again, you heard from Agent Wright and you heard from Agent Balance that that device is up on the Daybell property those morning hours. And there's some data points there showing 9:21, 10:39, 10:57. And what do we also know happened on the morning of September 9th? Chad Daybell sends a message to his wife around the same time that device is there. Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all of the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. Limb debris, not tree, limb debris. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times. Where was Tylee Ryan's body found? Where those red data points are. In Chad Daybell's pet cemetery. Some of her remains in the fire pit. Where does Chad go after that? Or excuse me, where does Alex's device go? Back to Lori's. Chad calls Alex. He heads right up there. Alex goes Lori's apartment, Alex's apartment, Chad's property, back to Lori's. And we know where that young lady was found. She was found on Chad Daybell's property. Chad labels someone dark Chad says if someone's so dark or a zombie, the body has to die. Alex believes Chad 100%. You heard that the burned and charred remains of Tylee Ryan were found on Chad Daybell's property. You heard from Dr. Garth Warren that Tylee's manner of death was homicide with the cause undetermined. Why was the cause undetermined? Well, you heard from Dr. Angie Christensen, and you also heard from Dr. Bartelink how Tylee's body was burned. Dr. Bartelink even indicated, depending on what accelerant was maybe used, Tylee could have been burned within 2 hours. You heard from Dr. Angie Christensen that there were multiple areas of blunt force trauma to the skull, sternum, and ribs. You then heard Dr. Bartelink confirm that. In addition, there were 18 sharp force impacts. Additionally, you heard from Katie Dace how Tylee's DNA was found on a pickaxe and a shovel that were in the defendant's garage. We also heard from Alice and Todd Gilbert, and Alice Gilbert talked about how when Tylee was still missing, before she was found, Alice asked Chad about her. She wanted to know, doesn't Tylee want a life? Doesn't she want things that most young girls get? Chad's response, well, Tylee didn't like people and she didn't like me. What stood out to Alice? Tylee hadn't been found yet, and the comment was in the past tense. Tylee was now gone, but JJ was still alive. We heard from Zulema Pastenis how she visited in September. She stayed at Alex's apartment, but she would visit with Lori. You heard from her that she asked Lori, where's Tylee? Because she didn't see her. Lori's response, don't ask. Zulema talked about how she did see JJ though. JJ was alive and well at that time. On September 18th of 2019, Lori began receiving the Social Security payments for JJ and herself from Charles' death. Back in July, again, shortly after Charles' death, Lori's asking Chad, I need you to check JJ. Why? He was calm and wanted to watch movies. Her kid's calm and wants to watch movies, and her first thought, have Chad check him. Chad's response, JJ is at a 2. On August 10th of 2019, Chad messaged Lori that JJ was getting close. Says, when I was sitting across from him eating bacon, I sensed he was barely attached to his body. On August 10th again, Lori had asked, please check JJ. Chad's response, or then Lori further pushes, is he at 0 yet? Chad's response, yes, he's at 0. If Chad labels someone dark or a zombie, the body has to die. Chad determines the death percentage. When the death percentage hits 0, that person's been marked for death. On September 23rd of 2019, you heard how there was location data associated with Alex Cox looked at. And before that, you'd heard from Melanie Gibb and David Warwick about how they were visiting Lori. They'd come up for an event and they were staying at Lori's house. You heard from them, from Melanie Gibb in particular, that there was an incident where Chad took JJ upstairs. And when Chad came down, he had scratches on his neck that being Chad, had scratches. And when asked what happened, he basically said JJ had freaked out. On September 22nd of 2019, you heard from Melanie Gibb and David Warwick how they saw Alex come in carrying JJ. JJ's head was on Alex's shoulder. They assumed he was asleep. David Warwick thought it was a sweet moment. In the early morning hours of September 23rd, you heard from Melanie Gibb how something had startled David. He'd had a panic attack, a bad dream, something. She called Chad, no answer. She tried to get a hold of Lori, no answer. She tried Lori's door, and it was locked. The next morning, you heard from David Warwick that he asked where JJ was on the morning of September 23rd. Said, I wanted to say goodbye to JJ before I left. They described Lori as appearing somewhat nervous, starting to talk fast, and she explained how JJ was dark. JJ was now a zombie. JJ had gotten on the cabinets. He was knocking over pictures of Christ. And so he wasn't there, and she wasn't going to go get him. Melanie and David never saw JJ again. On September 23rd, later that morning, Chad places a call to Alex. And what does Alex do when Chad calls him? He heads up to Chad's property. And what do we then know? Alex's device is at Chad's property with some data points there showing at 9:56 a.m. and 10:02 a.m.
Oh, thank goodness.
We know where JJ was found. JJ was found on Chad Daybell's property, close to where those red data marks are. On June 9th of 2019, investigators searched Chad's property, and they ended up locating JJ. As they dug JJ up, they noticed a round object covered in black. One of the investigators there cut the black plastic to reveal white plastic. They cut the white plastic, and brown human hair came through. They'd finally found JJ. JJ had been buried with his arms duct taped together, the duct tape running around from elbow to elbow. He had duct tape over his mouth. He had a plastic bag over his head, tape over that plastic bag, and then he was placed in black garbage bags and discarded. That's how JJ was found. Chad labeled him dark. Chad said his death percentage was at 0. Chad said the plan was for he and Lori to be together unencumbered by earthly relatives, earthly obstacles. Chad said those things, and Alex believed Chad 100%. Chad knew Lori was receiving Social Security money. She told him, we saw that message. I'm still going to receive the $4,000. She was actually receiving more because she'd switched Tylee's money to go to her as well. Chad labeled her children dark. Their bodies were buried on his property, hidden from those looking for them. With them gone, he could be with Lori. Her time was completely free for him. And knowing if the bodies weren't discovered, Lori would continue to receive that money. As you heard from Mark Sari with the Social Security Administration, should have been reported. Lori continued to receive those benefits. Had the children been discovered, she wouldn't have. Melanie Pulowski talked about how she visited Lori towards the end of September, and when she visited, neither Tylee or JJ were present. She said she asked Lori about Tylee, and she was told that Tylee was at school or with friends. Well, you heard from Wynn Hill, Tylee was never registered, never applied, never associated with BYU, Idaho. But that was Lori's story for Melanie Pulowski. When Melanie asked where JJ was, Lori told her, he has a nanny. She's really helpful. Melanie described that she couldn't really get a clear answer from Lori. But what you also heard from both Melanie Pulowski and Ian Pulowski is Melanie trusted Chad and Lori. She looked to them as parental figures. She turned to them for advice and guidance. And particularly with Chad, she talked about that. She turned to Chad to find out if people were light or dark. We know that around October 2nd of 2019, Tylee Ryan's Jeep travels to Arizona. And you heard from Brandon Boudreaux about what happened. Brandon Boudreaux saw the Jeep, saw a gun, and someone took a shot at him. That someone was Alex Cox. Brandon Boudreaux had been determined to be dark by Chad Daybell. That bullet hit the top of Brandon's car. Brandon lived to report it. He lived to tell what happened. Brandon said that Jeep was missing the tire off the back. He noticed that. And you heard from analyst Heidemann how on October 2nd, Chad and Lori were seen in Rexburg, Idaho, storing a tire. During that trip, we talked about a device being at Lori's apartment, one of Alex's devices on September 30th. It was during that trip. He'd left the device with Lori. And you heard Zulema talk about how Chad and Lori would try to encourage her to move to Rexburg, and particularly Chad. He gave her several blessings where that was part of the blessing. Zulema expressed she didn't know how she was going to make that work. She didn't have ties here. Her job wasn't here. Her kids weren't here. And she expressed to Lori, I don't know how I'd financially do it. Lori said, don't worry. Melanie, referring to Melanie Pulowski, will take care of us. Melanie was still legally married to Brandon when that shot was fired. Melanie had kids with Brandon. Lori knew if dad dies, kids get Social Security. The custodian, the mother, gets Social Security benefits. Just days later, on October 4th of 2019, Tammy Daybell travels down to Utah. Now, you heard testimony that was rare for Tammy to go on a long trip alone. She didn't like to drive alone. But you also heard Chad was supposed to go with her and he backed out. Why did he back out? Well, we saw the messages between Lori and Alex about how she and Chad were going to get to go on a real date. Tammy was gone to Utah. He and Lori were going to get to go on a date. You heard from her sister, Samantha Gwilliam, how because Tammy had been diagnosed with depression at some point, she made it a habit that when she would see her, she would give her a once-over. She would check on her, make sure she looked healthy, make sure she didn't appear to be suffering with the depression. Samantha did that on this trip. And what did she notice? Tammy appeared fine. She noticed no physical problems. Tammy reported no physical problems. She reported no medical issues to Samantha. Samantha saw none. In fact, what did we hear? Tammy put on a clogging routine. She had a nice visit with her family. Both Samantha and Jason Gwilliam talked to you about some changes they'd noticed before that October 4th visit, and particularly with Chad. Chad and Jason had been very good friends. Conversation flowed easily. But that summer of 2019, they talked about Chad and Tammy coming to visit, and Chad was awkward. He didn't really engage with them. They took note of it, but they didn't know what was going on. Then you heard from Samantha how Tammy was down there around her birthday. Samantha didn't even know Tammy was going to be in Utah. Tammy runs up to the door to give her her birthday present, gets to stay just long enough to watch her open it. Chad never left the car. Chad and Jason were friends. And you heard Samantha say they'd had no falling out. Nothing that she could think to explain why Chad wouldn't come into the house. Again, back in July, when Chad and Lori are talking about death percentages, Chad tells Lori he got the inspiration to go back to he uses my original death percentages that helped us track Charles, Ned. Chad had the death percentages to track Charles. Tammy is very close. Her percentage has fallen steadily since Iplos left. It is encouraging. Charles Vallow was killed on July 11th of 2019. Since he left, Tammy's levels were dropping. Chad then tells Lori, Tammy is at a 3. Chad tells Lori on July 30th of 2019, this afternoon, Tammy said she felt lightheaded, as if her body and spirit weren't connected. Interestingly enough, Coroner Dye made a similar note in a report that Chad told her something along the lines of Tammy not feeling connected to her body. Chad said that back in July. On October 5th, Chad messages Lori, big news about Tammy. The short version is she has been switched. Tammy is in limbo, and a level 3 demonic entity named Viola is in her body. Tammy's now a zombie, essentially, or she has a dark entity in her. Again, someone's dark, someone's a zombie, the body has to die. And Chad can tell and controls the death percentages. Chad goes on to tell Lori, I have now checked 3 times since I got home and get more affirmative answers each time. Chad then tells her, not fully sure of the timing for removal, but once her actions verify the differences, I don't want to wait. Someone's dark, the body has to die. Chad doesn't want to wait. On October 9th of 2019, you all heard about an attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell. Earlier in the day, a device associated with Alex Cox traveled down to Sportsman's Warehouse, and you heard how Alex purchased several items. They were all dark in color, a face mask, a knit beanie, frog tog pants, and mittens. And you heard the gloves were a flip mitt. You could pull them back to do things that you needed your fingers for, such as shooting a gun. You heard how later on the 9th, after going to Sportsman's, that device drove up by the Daybell residence, didn't stop, but was in the vicinity, and then left back to Rexburg. What you also heard was that Alex Cox had purchased a burner phone on October 8th of 2019, just the day before. That device was activated on October 9th of 2019. Chad Daybell also had a new burner phone that he'd activated on October 8th of 2019. And you heard talk of the 401 number. That particular phone was only in contact with Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. You heard how around October 9th and in the days after, there were multiple searches conducted on the Homer J. Maximus account. Homer J. Maximus was Alex's account. He had searched drop from 100 yards to 300 yards, 6.5 Grendel. How to prep your AR for the cold, how to load your AR, help load your AR in the cold, how to shoot through a Dodge Dakota, how to shoot through a windshield. You heard that the Daybells owned a Dodge Dakota, and you heard mixed testimony on who drove the car the most. But what was unrefuted is that at a minimum, Tammy did drive that car at times. At a minimum. On October 9th of 2019, there were multiple messages exchanged between Alex, Chad, Zulema, and Lori. The attempted shooting occurred at around 9:15 p.m., and then 4 text messages were exchanged between Alex and Chad between 10:28 and 10:29. Remember, Alex's normal phone or his usual device was left at his apartment, but he had just activated a burner phone. You heard from Zulema that on this same day and around the same time, Lori invited her over to Melanie Pulowski's house in Arizona to conduct a casting on Tammy. And Zulema had told her, we finally have it figured out. We really know how to do this. And you heard from the ladies that what they were taught is if a casting was successful, the body would die or it would naturally expire. They weren't taught that anyone was going to take any action on the body. They were just taught that it would naturally happen. Zulema talked about how that night Lori got a phone call. And she said she had never seen Lori so mad. And when Lori got off the phone, she made a comment along the lines of, that idiot can't do anything right or can't do anything by himself. And when we talk about the timeline on October 9th, you can see there were multiple communications between Chad and Lori and Alex and Chad. The other thing that you notice on here is this incident is reported at 9:41, originally by Joe Murray. And you heard from Joe Murray, he's Tammy's son-in-law. You see that the Fremont County Sheriff's Office was dispatched at 9:45 p.m. And then at 9:49, Tammy made a call into the non-emergency line in Fremont County. 9:52 is when the Fremont County deputy arrives on scene. And why does that matter? Tammy had done a search, or someone using Tammy's account had done a search for first an airsoft gun and second a paintball gun. But when you look at the time of the search, 3:29, if you do the calculations for UTC, it ends up at either close to 8:30 p.m. or close to 9:30 p.m. Attempted shooting happens around 9:15. So around 9:30, Tammy is conducting those searches. Well, why does that matter? Deputy Cannon's not on scene. Deputy Cannon doesn't get to the scene until 9:52. He can't be there when Tammy's looking at anything. He can't be there to know who did the Google searches. And Deputy Cannon talked to you about the fact that he was looking for casings. Why was he looking for casings? Because he didn't know. He thought it could be a rifle. Nobody knew if this was a paintball gun or a rifle. What else we know from Deputy Cannon's report is towards the bottom, when he talked to Joe Murray told him he was cutting wood on his property when he heard Tamara scream. Joe Murray heard his mother-in-law scream. He called 911. Later, Tammy called dispatch. We know Tammy sent an email to her son, Mark, and we reviewed that email several times. We know Tammy called into dispatch, and we reviewed that call several times. Tammy at times refers to it as a paintball gun, but remember how she describes it. He was holding it like it was a rifle. He was pointing it at me. He was pulling the trigger. He was shooting at me. This wasn't someone just pointing a gun. This wasn't a prank. The person was pulling the trigger. She says it was dark. She describes the person dressed all in black, and she describes the person wearing a face mask. Remember, Alex Cox had purchased a face mask earlier that day at Sportsman's Warehouse. Alex Cox had purchased black or dark clothing earlier that day at Sportsman's Warehouse. Alex Cox had a 6.5 Grendel. Alex Cox was searching about shooting a 6.5 Grendel in the dark or in the cold. Why? You heard from Detective Kaikamanu that it was 26 degrees on October 9th of 2019. You heard in Tammy's own words, he stood there pulling the trigger, shooting. The gun didn't go off or the gun misfired. Alex is searching about how to shoot an AR in the cold. You heard from both Investigator Edwards and Detective Kaikamanu about their training with paintball guns and their training with ARs. You heard from them how the scope on an AR could be mistaken for a hopper on a paintball gun. You further heard when it's dark, it's even harder to tell. You further heard that if the gun is pointed at you, it's going to be that much harder to tell. You also heard that Tammy wasn't familiar with guns. Her own kids, Emma and Garth, told you. They've never seen Tammy with a paintball gun. They've never seen Tammy with an assault rifle. But what do you know? Tammy was scared. Tammy sent a Facebook message warning people. In her email to Mark, Tammy said, "The scared part came later when I realized what could have happened. I didn't want to go out the next night alone after dark." Tammy had no idea someone wanted her dead, but she was still scared by that incident. And we talked about how Alex had done some additional searches, or that account had, about how to shoot with the AR. And you heard how Alex was going to the shooting range in Fremont County from Detective Kaikamanu, and that was before and after this attempted shooting of Tammy. And you heard from Agent Wright how he was going to the shooting range in Rexburg, and he was practicing to shoot long distances. And you heard from Investigator Edwards, he talked to you about how he looked at that gun. He looked at that Grendel 6.5 and it had a pin that was loose. And he explained to you about how if that pin had come loose, that could cause the gun to misfire. Alex didn't know why the gun misfired. That's why he was looking at shooting an AR in the cold. Instead, we do not know of any other attempted shootings of Tammy Daybell. Instead, what we know is that on October 19th of 2019, just before 6 a.m., Chad Daybell and Garth Daybell made a call to 911 to report Tammy's death. Remember how Garth described her? She's stiff and cold. Remember what Chad said? She's clearly dead.
Yeah, she's not even gross.
A little over 24 hours from reporting his wife's death, Chad messages Lori, "I know exactly how you feel. I'm feeling sad, but it isn't for the reason everyone thinks." His wife had been reported dead a little over 24 hours before he sent that to Lori. You heard the description of Tammy, stiff and cold, clearly dead. And yet, Garth and Chad say they put her back on the bed. Garth says he hears a thud and his dad calls for him. However, Garth and Chad were consistent. Tammy didn't fall out of bed. Where's the thud? They both describe the top part of Tammy falling out of the bed and her legs being tangled in the sheets. And you heard from the coroner that when she arrived on scene, there was this rag in the bedroom. And she took the rag and she wiped the the foam or the sputum that was coming out of Tammy's mouth. But what you also heard from her was it was a rag Chad had already been using. Tammy's clearly dead. The body's been moved. The foam's been wiped. And if we back up to October 18th of 2019, we know Lori was in Hawaii. She was in Hawaii with Melanie Pulowski. You heard how Alex took her down to Las Vegas to drop Lori off at the airport shortly before that. But what's more telling than who was in Hawaii is who wasn't. Melanie Pulowski told you Alex Cox was supposed to go with them on that trip. Alex didn't go because Chad needed help with something. Tammy was possessed. Her death percentage was low. Alex believed Chad 100%. And you heard from several witnesses, Detective Kaikamanu, Investigator Edwards, and Agent Balance, that advice associated with Alex Cox was at a church just 2.6 miles from the Daybell residence from 10:07 p.m. to 10:45 p.m. on October 18th of 2019. Chad needed Alex's help with something. You heard testimony. Alex didn't know anyone else in the area. He knew Chad. Alex didn't know Tammy, but he knew Chad. At 11:53 p.m., the phone, again, there was a data point, about a 7-minute drive from the church. Garth would have gotten home between 1 and 1:30 from his employment. You heard Garth tell you that when he got home, he saw 2 lumps in his parents' bed, assumed it was them. He didn't go check on them. He didn't verify anything to see if they were okay. However, you heard from Micaiah Baglin that what Garth told him, that was when Garth got home from work, he found his mom dead in her bed and his dad was nowhere to be found. And you heard from Deputy Greenalch, and you heard from Deputy Coroner Wilmore and Coroner Brenda Dye. And you heard them talk about what Chad told them when they were on scene. And the statements changed over time. The statements changed as new people came in. Coroner Dye mentioned something about seizures. All of a sudden, oh yeah, Tammy was having seizure-like activity. Nothing in Tammy's medical records support low blood pressure. Nothing in her medical records support seizures. Nothing in her medical records support any kind of a negative drug interaction between homeopathic medications or any other medications Tammy was on. Those were statements provided by Chad Daybell. Initially, based on the information provided solely by Chad, no autopsy was ordered. However, just weeks later, the Fremont County Sheriff's Office was contacted by the Gilbert Police Department about that attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. They'd linked the Jeep that was used in that to the Fremont County area. And more specifically, they wanted them to check if it was at Chad Daybell's property. Shortly after that, an investigation was launched by Fremont County into Tammy Daybell's death. This included exhuming her body. Her body was exhumed so the Utah Medical Examiner's Office could perform a full autopsy and conduct an investigation into the cause and manner of death. And they, in fact, did that. And we'll come back to that in a little bit. After Tammy's death, you heard how Chad told multiple people that he couldn't stay at the house anymore. He was going to move in with a friend. This was right after Tammy's passing. You also heard how Tammy died on October 19th of 2019, or that's when she was pronounced dead. That was a Saturday. Funeral was held in Springville, Utah on Tuesday, one working day to get everything ready. You heard Todd Gilbert say how it felt like Chad just wanted to get it over with. And you also heard from Samantha Gwilliam that she had concerns because Chad indicated he didn't want his name on the headstone. Tammy was going to be buried alone in Springville, Utah. You also heard Patty later talk about she went to the funeral and Chad's talk was disturbing to her. It was disturbing to her because he talked about Tammy's depression and how she was hard to live with. Patty thought that was a little off-putting. Alice Gilbert also thought it was odd, but she thought it was odd that Chad spoke. In her experience, usually it's too difficult for a spouse to give a talk at the funeral. Steve Schultz, who was the mortician from Utah, indicated he thought the timing of the funeral and the fact that there was no autopsy and that Chad didn't want an autopsy was a red flag. So much so that he said he asked Jason Gwilliam, Chad's brother-in-law, "Do you think he killed Tammy?" When we talk about the timeline of October 18th to the 19th, you can see the communication. Text between Chad and Lori, Lori and Alex, Chad and Alex, Alex and Lori, and it goes on. They're in constant communication that day between the 18th and the 19th over that time span. Tammy Daybell had an autopsy conducted by the Office of the Utah Medical Examiners. They determined the manner of death to be homicide and the cause to be asphyxiation. Tammy had life insurance. And we talked about a couple different policies. One was Primerica. It was a policy that had been in existence since 2002. Both Chad and Tammy were insured, and they were both each other's beneficiaries. However, Tammy also had insurance through her employment, through the Ballard Insurance, or we also called it Life Map. She had a base of $50,000, and on September 8th, just a little over a month before her passing, she raised her individual amount to the maximum of $80,000. So that policy was now a total of $130,000. Chad submitted claim forms to Primerica and to LifeMap. On both claim forms, he indicated the cause of death was that she died in her sleep. Chad then received and deposited $300,000 from Primerica on October 31st of 2019, and then deposited $130,000 from LifeMap on November 8th of 2019. Again, on both claimant statements, he put the cause of death was she died in her sleep, and maybe more telling on LifeMap, because Chad told people that Tammy was having medical issues. She was having trouble breathing. She was having shaking fits, dizzy spells. He provided information to try to explain her death. However, on the LifeMap claim form, under the question, when did the health of the deceased first become impaired, he wrote October 18th of 2019. When Tammy upped that LifeMap insurance, Chad signed off on it too. Chad knew she had increased that life insurance. You heard how just days after Tammy's death, Chad went and visited with Alice and Todd Gilbert. And he told them about Lori. And shortly after, he brought Lori to meet with them. And Lori and Chad talked about their plans for a future, their plans to be together. What else was telling about that visit? They ask about kids. Chad's response to Alice, Lori had a daughter that died. Tylee hadn't been found yet. They went to dinner with Chad's parents, and you heard from Sheila Daybell. Lori told her, I have a daughter that died. We know on May 6th and 7th, Chad and Lori Googled searches for malachite rings. This was during a time that Tammy and Charles were still alive. We know on August 14th, Lori attempted to purchase a malachite ring. Again, on August 25th of 2019, she again attempted to purchase a ring. Charles was dead, Tammy was alive. On October 2nd, Lori purchased 2 malachite rings. Then she also purchased one more. The other ring was a men's size 11.5. And what's telling is that ring was returned on October 4th for a size 11. Then on October 25th, it was returned for a size 10, and that ring wasn't returned. That ring, however, resembled the ring Chad Daybell was wearing in their wedding photos when he and Lori got married on November 5th of 2019, just 17 days after Tammy's death. Chad filled out a rental application for Hawaii. What did he put in there? Clean couple with no pets or children. No pets, no children. Chad and Lori had been messaging in July about a movie. Lori ended up telling him, looks like Kauai a lot. Chad, hopefully we will be there someday soon together. Chad's response again, that is the plan. That is the plan. What is the plan? To be in Hawaii together, to be in Hawaii unencumbered by earthly obstacles, unencumbered by earthly relatives. Chad and Lori got married on the beach in Kauai on November 5th of 2019. Charles was dead. Tammy was dead. Tylee and JJ hadn't been found. No children, no earthly obstacles, married together on the beach. Chad and Lori's bliss didn't last long because Kay Woodcock reported her grandson JJ is missing. And you heard from Detective Hermosillo how in November of 2019, he, along with some other officers, responded to 765 Pioneer Road. You heard how immediately upon arrival, untruths were told. Alex said JJ was with Kay. He said he didn't have a phone number for Lori. Chad said he barely knew Lori and didn't have her phone number. Lori said JJ was with Melanie Gibb and that Chad was her brother's friend. Chad and Lori were married.
Hi, Lori. Sorry to bother you again. Yeah, we're having
Melanie.
get hold of your friend down there, Melanie.
Well, they were going to Frozen 2 today.
This is Detective Stubbs.
Hello.
Me too.
So we're here,
This is a big mess. I just talked to the guy on the.
and what did he ask you?
He was just saying that he wanted to do a well check on JJ.
So JJ would be where?
He's in Arizona.
Who's he with in Arizona?
He's with one of my friends in Arizona.
Oh,
Hi.
oh, you got a notepad?
No, let me get one.
No. Come here. You mind if he comes in?
Oh, okay.
So
All right.
who's the friend he's with?
My friend Melanie. Her son has autism. Stuff that was going on. If you want to know, it's a lot of stuff. So
Well, that's why we're concerned because it just was kind of weird.
it is very weird. I've had to move around a lot. One of my brothers is trying to kill me, not the brother that lives here. Obviously, he's kind of my protector. But everyone is causing me trouble right now. So
We don't want to cause a lot of trouble. How long have you been here?
we only been here since September.
Okay.
We moved up here in September. My daughter to go to BYUI.
We had two detectives over here trying to,
looking for you a
Oh,
little while ago.
oh, because I was at the store.
and they ran into. Well, probably one of your brothers in
My
the back
brother
there.
and his friend, probably.
Oh,
We've
who's
been
that?
moving. Chad?
Chad from around here? What's his last name? Yeah, okay.
On that same day, Chad called Melanie Gibb and he told her, the police are going to call, don't answer. Melanie talked about how Chad sounded scared. She asked Chad, JJ's not with Kay? Chad's response, no. Chad knew JJ wasn't with Kay. Later, Lori did reach out to Melanie and she asked Melanie to lie to the police and say JJ was with her, that she'd taken him to the movie Frozen. She even went so far as to ask Melanie to snap a photo of some kids to try to pass it off as JJ. You heard from Melanie Gibb. She trusted Chad. She trusted Lori. They had told her law enforcement was dark. She initially told police JJ had been with her. Pretty quickly after, she corrected her statement with law enforcement and told them she never had JJ. He'd never been with her. She didn't know where he was. On December 8th of 2019, Melanie Gibb decided to place a phone call to Chad and Lori.
Okay, I did have a question that I asked Al at one point, your brother, if I wanted to know, like where he was, and he said I did not want to know, and that he could not be found. So what does that mean?
I don't know why he would say that, but it's the same story. Like
Yeah.
I don't even want Al to know. I don't want anybody to know, so that nobody has to be worried about it. I mean, nobody has to be questioned about it, so he can be safe.
Chad knew JJ wasn't with Kay. Alex said Melanie didn't want to know where he was.
Is JJ safe?
He is safe and happy.
Okay, well.
Remember how JJ was found? He was found discarded in Chad Daybell's backyard. Lori said he's safe and he's happy. Chad Daybell is standing there with Lori when she makes those statements. No chime in from Chad. But Chad knew Kay didn't have him.
So is there kids that are not involved, or they're what are they talking about? So I'll have a clue if they show up at my house.
If they show up, you can just give them the attorney's name and say, we're not talking to you without an attorney.
Okay.
Because it's my sister-in-law. It's just a bunch of people that are starting trouble for no reason.
It's
You just heard an excerpt of Chad talking to Jason Williams. But before that, on that December 8th call with Melanie Gibb, Chad ends up chiming in, and he's trying to explain the Tammy situation. People are out to get us. People are making stuff up, such as my sister-in-law. Tammy died naturally. Tammy died in her sleep. Tammy was having health issues. Her heart was about to give out. My kids will testify to that.
So is there kids that are not involved, or they're what are they talking about? So I'll have a clue if they show up at my house.
If they show up, you can just give them the attorney's name and say, we're not talking to you without an attorney.
Okay.
Because it's my sister-in-law. It's just a bunch of people that are starting trouble for no reason.
it's separate from the Tammy situation.
Again, Chad trying to distance and explain the Tammy situation separate from the kids, but it wasn't separate. Chad determines if people are dark or possessed. Chad rates their death percentage, and we all know what Chad said. Dark people, possessed people, the body has to die. JJ, Tylee, Tammy, all labeled as dark by Chad Daybell.
It's a simple situation, but we just can't tell you because then you'd have to be involved.
Yeah,
No, I get it. That's fine. So at that point, they're talking about bringing down like a host of like FBI people involved and stuff. And I'm like, I don't want, I don't need that. It's Christmas. So, that's where I'm just going, all right, that's interesting. So, okay.
Well, you don't know anything, which
Yeah.
is great.
Yeah.
You don't know anything.
No, I don't know anything. And so that's good news at that point in time. So, okay.
I don't know how they would have done that other than Heather.
You heard from both Melanie Gibb and Jason Gwilliam. They recorded these calls. They were both hoping to help locate JJ and Tylee. They still hadn't been located. You also heard some recorded calls that were recorded by Ian Pulowski. In those calls, you hear Chad and Lori repeatedly refer to law enforcement as dark. Some of them are even disciples of Cain. They're so dark. Melanie Pulowski at one point asks what she's supposed to do about Detective Hermosillo because he's not going to stop. He's not going to stop until he finds those kids, and she wants advice from Chad. What does she do? Chad's response, get out of his way. He doesn't say, and Lori doesn't say, we'll produce the children, we'll come and help you. Chad actually tells her, well, they are going to continue to bug you because you're the only one they can locate right now. She's the only one they knew where she was. Back in October, Lori had messaged Alex, or had messaged Chad about Alex. She had some concerns. She ends up telling Chad he would be the one they use to get us both. Who is they? Law enforcement. You heard Melanie Gibbs' statement in that recording. Alex said, I don't want to know where JJ is. You know who labels people dark. You know what has to happen to the body. And Alex believed Chad 100%. In November of 2019, Chad gave Alex a patriarchal blessing.
And you progressed and were selected by the Savior himself to be part of the fourth creation. Great warriors were needed in that creation. Powerful goddesses were needed to be protected, and you were selected to help protect your sister. And you helped her in numerous probations as a defender. You have a special bond even from the premortal world. You connected there. And as she grew in power, you were right there beside her. Oh,
Alex was Lori's protector.
I am Chad Daybell. It is November 24th, 2019, a Sunday afternoon, 5:15 p.m. We're going to give Alex Lamar Cox a patriarchal blessing.
Alexander Lamar.
Alexander Lamar Cox. On this special day, I lay my hands upon your head to give you a patriarchal blessing as part of the member of the Church of the Firstborn that you have earned the privilege to be a member of.
Alex is a member of the Church of the Firstborn. You heard testimony about Lori and Chad's mission. Their mission, part of it, to gather the 144,000. Chad was a self-appointed leader or gatherer and the leader of the Church of the Firstborn.
You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid. But you will continue to do so as you move forward in this.
Alex had already done things for them that could never be repaid.
I just want you to know that at this time the Savior is saying unto me, well done. Thy soul is cleansed. All is well. And now you'll begin into your terrestrial phase of this existence, that you'll be a powerful servant. I bless you with that knowledge that you will now move forward as a true warrior in ways that can be demonstrated through not only physical action, but through spiritual power that is coming to you and that will be bestowed upon you.
Alex had been cleaned. Whatever acts he'd done, he'd been absolved of them now, according to Chad. On December 11th of 2019, Tammy Daybell's body was exhumed. Chad and Lori had a conversation with Alex that day, and Zulema talked to Alex after that. She said Alex seemed worried when he got off the phone. She questioned him. Alex ended up telling her he was worried he was going to be their fall guy. When pushed further, Alex said, I am either a man of God or I am not. Alex believed Chad 100%. Melanie Gibb had asked Lori at one point if she believed what Chad told her. Lori had responded that she did, but that if he was a Satan, he sure was a good one. On December 12th of 2019, on December 12th of 2019, Alex Cox ended up dying the day after Tammy's body was exhumed. An autopsy was conducted on Tammy's body, and you heard from both Dr. Eric Christensen and Dr. Lily Marsden. They both unequivocally testified the manner of death was a homicide, the cause asphyxiation. And you heard them talk about the different manners of death. And you heard Dr. Christensen just yesterday talk about no sign the asphyxiation was a suicide, no sign the asphyxiation was natural, no sign the asphyxiation was accidental. That left homicide, death by the hands of another. They talked about the bruises on Tammy. They talked about the fact those could be consistent with being restrained. They talked about the exhaustive toxicology tests that were done to try to ensure they had the correct cause of death. They talked about considering all the other natural possibilities, seizures, cardiac arrhythmia. And they talked about how they went through that process to reach their final conclusion. They talked about they followed their normal protocol. They gathered evidence, they gathered information, and you heard Dr. Christensen talk about that. Normally, you give a medical history. With his patients, they can't. They have to rely on collateral sources and collateral information. They gather the medical records and they gather reports and statements surrounding that person's death, so they ensure they reach the correct conclusion. Again, both of them were consistent in their findings, homicide by asphyxiation. You further heard from multiple of Tammy's coworkers and friends that she didn't have any known health issues. Tammy was very active by all accounts. She participated in fitness classes. She participated in clogging. She never missed work. She was reliable and a hard worker. The only reported health concerns to law enforcement came from Chad Daybell. You heard Several officers talk about that. Agents, investigators. Chad's kids didn't want to talk to law enforcement. They didn't want to provide information. The information came from Chad. Chad told people different things regarding Tammy's death. Heather Daybell, Jason William, the coroner. Tammy was sick, coughing, found her at 6 a.m. dead. Also to Heather Daybell, no autopsy because the coroner had found matter in her throat. There was no testimony of that. She died of an embolism, also told to Heather Daybell. Chad said Tammy woke up at midnight, throwing up, and died at 2 a.m. Consistent that it's an embolism, different time of death to Alice Gilbert. Tammy was sick, coughing, went to bed around 10. Chad went at 1 and found her cold and dead on the floor to Hannah Munoz. Again, remember, Hannah went through the funeral line or the viewing line twice, once with each parent. Second time, Chad said she'd been coughing violently. Both went to bed at 10. He woke up at midnight and her body fell out of bed. While Tammy's autopsy was being conducted, while the kids were still missing, while Alex passed away, Chad and Lori remained in Hawaii, on the island of Kauai, living out the plan as set forth by Chad Daybell. They had money, power, sex, and no obstacles, and specifically no earthly relatives, no encumbrances. However, they left a wake of destruction and tears for those that had trusted them. Chad and Lori consistently told those around them it was all a misunderstanding. To Jason Williams, it's a simple situation. The kids were safe and it would all be cleared up in time. However, neither Chad or Lori ever came forward to provide any information on the whereabouts of the kids. On June 9th and 10th of 2020, you heard multiple officers, investigators, detectives talk to you about the search of Chad Daybell's property. Agent Daniels described in detail how the search was conducted, and you heard multiple officers talk about the scene, the smell, the process, and the callousness of the way the children were discarded. You heard how the officers present at Tylee's scene were on their hands and knees, sifting through the dirt with their hands, small tools, in an attempt to locate Tylee's bones and her other remains. Tylee had been discarded in a pet cemetery with some of her remains in the fire pit as well. The investigators collected the bones, tissue, organs, and what has been described as a burnt mass. That's what was left behind of this young lady. Tylee had a whole life ahead of herself. You heard how JJ was buried by the pond, and you heard how once the soil was removed, there were rocks. Once the rocks were removed, there were boards. And once those boards were removed, you heard how they found JJ. JJ was 7 years old. We'd heard multiple testimony, multiple talk of Lori asking Chad about a plan, of Lori asking Chad for confirmation of the plan. And one of those things that we heard was a call that took place on June 8th of 2020. I think in the slide it was dated as 2019. That call took place on June 8th of 2020, the day before Tylee and JJ were found. Lori wanted confirmation of the plan. the judge is going to give you jury instructions, and we talk clear back in jury selection about those jury instructions. But I just want to remind you, when we're talking about a conspiracy is an agreement between two or more persons to commit a crime. Only one of those persons has to commit one overt act. So one act in furtherance of the conspiracy. And you're going to be given jury instructions, and they'll have the overt acts listed out. And looking at the overt acts, endorse and espouse religious belief for the purpose of encouraging and or justifying murder. You heard testimony from multiple witnesses, Lieutenant Hermosillo, Melanie Gibb, Zulema Pastenis, Ian Pulowski, David Warwick, Alice and Todd Gilbert. There were Temple records, iCloud records, Verizon records. You heard from Detective Considus and forensic accountant Mike Douglas, as well as Mark Sari with the Social Security Administration, that Lori changed Tylee's money to go to her on August 16th of 2019. You heard that Lori, Tylee, JJ, and Alex moved from Chandler to Rexburg. You heard about that through multiple investigators, multiple witnesses. You heard how Chad Daybell Googled south-southwest wind and visited a website. Detective Stubbs talked about that. Analyst Heidemann talked about that. You heard from Agent Balance and Agent Wright, as well as Patrick Eller, how Alex went to apartment 175 in those early morning hours of September 9th. You heard, again, from Detective Considus, forensic accountant Douglas, Mark Sari, and Agent Hart, that Lori did not report to the Social Security Administration. She continued to collect that money. There's evidence of that in the iCloud accounts and bank records. Similarly, same type of evidence to support, she continued to wrongfully collect those Social Security benefits. On or about September 23rd, Alex took possession of JJ. Lori tells Warwick and Gibb, JJ's with Alex, refuses to let David Warwick see him on the 23rd, and the night before, David and Melanie had seen him with Alex. We heard multiple clips from that November 26th interview with Lori Vallow, where she provided false information. JJ wasn't with Gibb. She was married to Chad. She didn't provide truthful information. September 23rd to February 1st, again, similar to Tylee in the Social Security, Lori failed to report that. You heard about that through those financial timelines that were presented and that testimony. September 9th, similarly, she continued to wrongfully collect that money. She didn't report it. She continued to collect it. Again, that Chad and Lori espoused religious beliefs in an attempt to justify their actions. You heard multiple witnesses talk about that. On September 1st, again, we've already talked about that. Multiple witnesses, multiple evidence showing they moved to Idaho. And again, remember, those text messages designating Tylee, JJ, and Tammy as dark happened before that move. Text messages with Chad and Lori regarding death percentages, we just discussed those today. You heard about them through Agent Hart, through those iCloud records. Chad Daybell obtained a burner phone. We heard about him obtaining multiple phones, multiple phone numbers. We talked about Alex Cox obtaining a burner phone on October 9th. Text messages between Chad, Lori, and Lori about Tammy being possessed. Again, we talked about those today. They came in through Investigator Edwards and Agent Hart. September 8th, Chad signed that application to increase Tammy's life insurance. His signature's on that policy. Emma Daybell talked to you about that. Alex Cox attempted to shoot Tammy on October 9th. Talked about that. You heard from multiple witnesses about the firearm, about what was reported. Deputy Cannon, Detective Kaikamanu, Investigator Edwards, Agent Wright, Agent Balance. Alex Cox conducted multiple internet searches. So we talked about that, the Homer J. Maximus account, the searches about how to shoot the AR in the cold, and different things regarding a Grendel 6.5, as well as shooting through a Dodge Dakota. Alex being at the gun ranges. We talked about that again today. Detective Kaikamanu, Investigator Edwards, Agent Wright. I'll talk to you about that. Alex traveling to Sportsman's Warehouse on October 9th. Agent Balance, Agent Wright, Investigator Edwards, Detective Kaikamanu. I'll talk to you about that location data and the recovery of the items purchased, or the identification of the items purchased, I should say. Alex being at the church parking lot approximately 2.5 miles from the Daybell residence on October 18th, 2019. You heard about that information from Agent Balance, Agent Wright, Detective Kaikamanu, and Investigator Edwards. One other instruction that's going to be talked about and the court already has is principle to commit first-degree murder. When we're talking about principle, it can include aiding and abetting, so advising or assisting, encouraging, commanding, coercing another. Chad didn't ever have to actually physically cause the death of another person if you believe the state has met our burden with one of those other elements. If Chad advised or assisted, encouraged, commanded, coerced, and if it was premeditated, so planned or intended. Tammy Daybell was a 49-year-old mother of 5, a new grandmother. Chad labeled her as dark or possessed. Her death percentage was low. We know what happens to the body. Tammy had to die. Tylee Ryan, a 16-year-old young lady with her life ahead of her. Labeled as dark or possessed by Chad Daybell, death percentage low. We know what has to happen. Tylee has to die. JJ Vallow, a 7-year-old little boy with most of his childhood and his whole life ahead of him. Labeled as dark or possessed by Chad Daybell, death percentage low. JJ has to die. All 3 victims gone too soon.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. That will conclude the state's closing. At this time, we are going to take a lunch recess. We will go ahead and resume with the defense closing starting at 2 o'clock. Is that all right, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor, that should be fine. I think that'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everyone. We'll be in recess till then.
All right.
Wow. 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 If Lindsey finishes up 2 minutes before 1 o'clock, and the jury will break for lunch. Wow. I don't know about you guys. Well, I can hang here and talk for a few minutes, but damn, do I need this break. But I am actually pleased, very pleased with that summation. Well, you're very welcome, Victoria. Thank you. You are, Victoria. Yes, Sarah, I agree. Good freaking job, Lindsey Blake. I think we all need a stretch and a drink, and we'll come back prepared to listen to Pryor, which is only fair. And of course, we must. That's a lot, Liam. Yes, I agree. It was rough, definitely. And basically just going over the facts, Lindsey Blake did a damn strong closing argument. Not only did she present fact after fact after fact, she outlined the whole timeline. She put the focus on the points of the charges. She reiterated the charges and the law in regards to finding Chad guilty, and finished up with, he didn't have to actually do it to be guilty of it, did he? He didn't actually have to lay hands. Well, she had to focus on the victims, rightly so. Justice for the victims. That's what we want. We are all going to take a good break here for a little bit. I'm going to put some music on. Please, everybody, stretch, refresh yourselves, breathe. We're going to be coming to a conclusion today, I hope. We will have prior after lunch, and then the state will return again. One of the other prosecutors, I guess, at the end. It should go to jury deliberation this afternoon at close. I doubt that they will have the second part of the state tomorrow. I think it'll all conclude today. And hopefully by Friday we will have a verdict. If it goes the way it did in Lori Daybell's trial, the jury took only 2 days. Yes, I agree. I am going to have a strong cup of coffee because I don't even want to drink during the day. Chad Daybell can't even make me do that. Like, nope. He's not worth it. No. I know, Mandy. Hearing again everything that happened to them was hard. But today's the day, right, Mandy? It goes to the jury. Hopefully, we will get justice. All right, guys. I'm going to put the music on. I will meet you all back here at 10:02, or in case there's anything you want to talk about or look up. And again, feel free to put questions in the chat, things to look up, research, or I've been following this from the start. I believe Mandy and several others in the chat have also. So now's the time. If there's things that you need clarified, we can do our best to try to help. Yeah, I hear you, Liam. You know, Max is probably sitting there with his little paws crossed, huh? Yeah. I'm going to let Murph out myself. So there we go. Everybody get a good stretch of the legs. Fill those lungs with clean air. And get a drink, something to eat. Just clear our heads, because I can assure you, priors is going to be hard to take. And feel free, you're allowed to yell all you want in the chat during that one. I think I might have to lift my ban on all caps for that. I can just see the frustration rising during that closing argument. Well, we'll all be here together. I'll see you back soon. Hello, I'm back. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late getting back. But for those of you in the chat, I hope that you enjoyed a good break and you got something to drink and a good stretch before we start the defense. Court is due back in a few minutes, probably within the next 5 minutes or so, if he keeps the schedule. But I can imagine the jury needed a good stretch also. I was looking around the socials and I saw a couple of comments from those that are actually inside the courtroom saying that most of the time the jury was quite engaged with Lindsey Blake, but towards the end it did go on long, and one of the jurors actually looked like they could fall asleep. I can hardly imagine, but the time that it went on, actually prosecution 1 hour and 56 minutes. Which means that Pryor is going to get at least as much time. So buckle up, buttercups. Like, that's going to be rough, in my humble opinion. Sorry, not sorry, Pryor, but I'm not looking forward to it. I can't even imagine the ramblings that are going to happen. Hey, Couch. Hey. Ready for round 2? And after the defense does their closing argument, there will be a second but shorter one by the state. Again, those are the rules of the game, just like in testimony and evidence. State, defense, and then state again. Well, yeah, gonna be a long afternoon. Normally, court resume, subsides or ends rather at 3:30 in Idaho and 5:30 here on the East Coast. I don't know what Judge Boyce's plan is for this afternoon. Yeah, Mary, his big briefcase full of what? Because like the work that he has done has been pretty shoddy. The things that actually have gone in his benefit have actually been things that the prosecution has given him. I don't understand. The amount of witnesses he did not actually discuss anything with. The state, he had the opportunity to go over all of the state's witnesses. Anyway, I did post an article, a link to Hidden True Crime, who has done a lot of interviews with the family. Heather Daybell, for one, discussing family dynamics. And what I made note of in that very first interview, she said that it was actually members of the school, friends of Tammy's, associates of Tammy's, that first started questioning and brought to the police their concerns that something fishy happened because Chad got married so quickly, wanted the insurance so fast, and the funeral so quick. It was actually her school associates that brought it forward. None of her children had brought up any concerns. It was interesting for me to hear that Heather Daybell had tried to consult with the children to see if they were okay once she found out about this affair, this new woman in Chad Daybell's life, Lori, that he was obsessed with. Here we go.
All rise.
Oh, they're back. Here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Bailiff, if we could have the jurors return to the courtroom, please.
Rocket, in regards to your comment about Pryor trying to misinterpret jury instructions. I do believe he'll try to spin them in his favor. We're going to play the Melanie Gibb drinking game, Mandy. We'll all be like on our butts. Mandy says 25 times for the Melanie Gibb mention. I think that was the only time I saw him really actually taking further notes. I did post a link up above, a lovely captured photo of Pryor during the closing arguments of Lindsey Blake, and boy, did he look like he was in pain. Not that I feel sorry for him.
Hearing's all present, counter for Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. We just concluded the lunch recess. At this time, the state completed its closing argument. It's now time for the defense to make its closing argument. Mr. Pryor, is the defense ready? Yes, you may. Okay, we'll enact that, and you can use the wireless microphone as well.
Folks hear me? Okay, thank you. I promise you, got about 15 slides. Not going to be long. I want to touch on a few points, and then I want to spend a little bit of time talking to you folks a little bit about the case, okay? I promise you this isn't going to take 2 hours. It'll be briefer, but there are some points that I need to touch on, and then I would respectfully ask for your attention in regards to that. I want to start out with the first slide, and the reason I did this is because in order for there to be a conviction, there's a chain of links that the prosecutor attorney has to go through. Chad Daybell, the first link is that he's presumed innocent. He's presumed innocent now. He was presumed innocent during the trial. He's presumed innocent throughout the trial. When it goes back to the jury and you consider the evidence, that's when you make the decision. And that's how that works. Throughout the trial, from the very beginning to the middle to the end to today, the entire burden has been on the state, okay? And the definition of what has to be proven by the state is beyond a reasonable doubt. State must prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, you've heard some information previously from the other attorney about what the state has to prove. One of the things the state has to prove in regards to the conspiracy charges is that there was an agreement, okay? And if you recall, when we were going through the voir dire process, that fancy French word that talks about when we were trying to select the jury, I talked to you and asked a number of you what an agreement is. What do you believe an agreement is? Okay? But the state has to prove that Chad Daybell, with Lori Vallow, or with Alex Cox, or with other co-conspirators that they haven't named, with one of them entered into some sort of an agreement to kill the children and to kill Tammy Daybell. And then you have to show that Chad's involvement in that. That's the next thing the state has to show. Then they have to show that there was evidence of the murder. Jury instruction number 3 talks about, again, what I just talked about. The defendant, Chad Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of conspiracy with Lori Vallow and or Alex Cox, who's deceased, and or other conspirators, both known and unknown, And then it goes on, and I'll talk this a little bit out. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by two or more persons to commit a crime. Okay, it can't be an agreement that we have consistent religious beliefs. It can't be an agreement that we talk about religion unless there's an extra step. And that extra step has to be, we are going to kill these children. We are going to agree to kill Tammy Daybell. You can hear all the testimony in the world about dark spirits. You can hear all the testimony in the world about light and dark. You can hear all the testimony in the world about death percentages. And if you remember when we talked about death percentages with Officer K, who I think is here today, one of the text messages or the messages that he put up that he pulled off when he did his Google search is about Tammy and Chad talking about death percentages, talking about light and dark. You heard from Emma Murray, how Emma Murray talks to her father. Now, they used a different term, but in Chad's traditional religion, his traditional LDS faith, it was not uncommon to talk about light and dark. It was not uncommon because we showed you the message between Tammy and Mark and Chad where they talked about death percentages. Okay? Now, the state brings up, yes, oh, Chad put a death percentage on Tylee and JJ and Tammy, and they're all dead. But you also heard testimony from one of the state's experts that said, we don't know if it was a high number or a low number, and there's confusion as to what that means. And I'd like to go back to the discussion that we had with one of the FBI agents who mentioned that there were thousands and thousands of messages, an enormous amount of evidence here. You heard from my expert, Patrick Eller. He talked about, I think the Library of Congress holds 1 terabyte of evidence if we went paper to paper through the whole building. And we had 6 terabytes, 6 bounds of paper that would fit in 6 libraries of Congress. And what has happened is you've been shown a handful of text messages that talk about a plan, that talk about death percentages, that talk about light and dark, talk about a variety of subjects. But what you didn't hear is you didn't hear about the thousands and thousands of messages that talked about religious beliefs, talked about a variety of other topics. And if we look at each and every one of ours position, you can always find a text message or a message of some kind that may be slanted or turned in a way to benefit one position or another. And that's not particularly uncommon. How often is it you send out a text message to somebody and it's misconstrued? How often is it that you send an electronic message to somebody through an email and it's misunderstood? Or maybe it's looked at in a different way. You know, as a society, we've lost our ability to communicate. Doing what I'm doing today is a lost art. Lawyers have to do this, especially in our position. But many of people who are in jobs, what it's done is send me a quick email, send me a text message, tell me what you feel. And sometimes those messages can be construed. The prosecuting attorney talked about, oh, there was a plan. And insinuating to you, suggesting to you that this plan was to kill the children. And at no time did the prosecuting attorney show you a text message that said, let's kill the kids, let's kill Tammy, okay? Instead, they talked about a plan. This is what we're looking to do in the future, okay? That's what they said to you, and they're trying to insinuate or suggest to you that in some way that means, well, that means that we're gonna kill the kids. No, the plan was, and whether you believe with Chad's religious beliefs or not, whether you accept his religious beliefs, the 144,000, that's his beliefs. He was a gatherer. He was a gatherer of the 144,000, and he said, I want to gather people, the sick, the elderly, the children, the impoverished, those that can't handle for themselves, and those that may be able to go on and become a part and parcel as this gatherer that he suggests would put together the 144,000 in Rexburg. Now, whether you think that's crazy or not, it doesn't matter. Whether you agree with light and dark, it doesn't matter. Whether you agree with death percentages, it doesn't matter. He's entitled to his beliefs. Every one of us has beliefs. Every one of us has a certain core set of beliefs that we believe in. And think about, are they all rational? Maybe not. Maybe not. Everybody has pursuits that they want to pursue and things they want to do in their future. You know, I wanted to be a professional fisherman. Not really good at fishing. Wasn't going to work out. Wasn't going to make a lot of money. But it can still be a dream. I always wanted a 30-inch waist. That's not happening, folks. It's just not going to happen. I'm too old and maybe not as motivated as I should be. But we all have dreams. Now, how do we know these are dreams that Chad talks about? Because for 15 years, he was writing books. He was writing books about things that he was passionate about. And if you know anything about authors, when they're passionate about something, anybody comes up to them and brings up a subject and says, let's talk about religion. You've opened the floodgates. And it's very easy for you to go out there and say, I want to talk about my religion. I want to tell you all about all of these things. And at some point, when you start writing books and you go to these preparing the people conferences, and you meet all of these people, and you feel like, well, maybe I become a little bit of a celebrity. Okay? In this case, I don't want to become a celebrity. I've had enough now at this point. But you know, Chad writes books. And he goes to these conferences and he talks about all of these religious beliefs. He talks about his premonitions. He talks about things that he thinks he can predict. Do you believe him? You don't have to. You don't have to believe anything he stands for. Nobody does. But he has a right to talk about it. And he has a right to say what he wants to say. And that's one of the distinctions, folks. Involves an agreement. It requires an agreement. You don't get to the overt acts. You don't get to all of the things the prosecutor has said about all of the things these people have done until you establish that Chad Daybell, by evidence and testimony in the last 2 months, has shown that there's been an agreement between him and Lori, him and Alex, or anyone else. There's no agreement. Show me the text message that says there's an agreement. Show me the text message that says this is what we're going to do. You were showing some things that talk about plans. Yeah, the plans of the 144,000. The plans of putting together this village of people to help all of these people out and do all of this. Traditional Mormon faith beliefs. Traditional Mormon faith beliefs. Those traditional Mormon faith beliefs that also included things like celestial marriages, being able to marry someone in the celestial realm and do that. Going to a temple and saying, up there, I'm allowed to get married in the celestial because that's what we were taught. That's traditional. I'm allowed to do all of these things. Now, whether you agree with that or not, it doesn't matter. But if you have a core set of beliefs, and those are things you believe in, that's not a crime. The crime only comes into play. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement to commit a crime. You should only consider the evidence against the defendant Chad Guy Daybell in this case and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving alleged co-conspirators. When I first started with you folks with the voir dire process, again, that fancy French word that I always mispronounce, I talked to you a little bit about speculation. I talked to you about hunch. I talked to you about conjecture. I talked to you about guess. They all mean the same thing. The judge's instruction and what this judge has told us we have to do. And I put it up there for a reason. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant Chad Daybell in this case. It says it in the third instruction that you're going to read. Only in this case, the evidence that you have heard. They have not established an agreement. They have not given you any proof that there's any kind of an agreement. Read the overt acts. They espoused religious beliefs. That's what it says in the conspiracy charges. We espoused religious beliefs. Chad espoused his religious beliefs. Unless there's agreement, it doesn't matter whether he espoused his religious beliefs or not, because everybody's allowed to espouse their religious beliefs. I can tell you all about my religious beliefs. I can tell anybody, you could all talk all day long about our religious beliefs. But unless there's an agreement to commit a crime, you can talk all day long about your religious beliefs. You could say anything you want. I can say there's a little green man in my backyard and I get to dance around with him and talk about religion all day long. And whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter, but I'm entitled to my opinion to say that. And unless I can get into an agreement to commit a conspiracy, all the overt acts in the world don't matter. So there are two overt acts in the conspiracy that they talked about with JJ and Tylee. They killed these kids because of Chad's religious beliefs. That's what they're saying. His religious beliefs and all of this talk about dark and light was the reason Chad, Lori, and Alex killed these kids. Okay. And then, oh, by the way, the other overt act. Chad Googled south-southwest wind. And yet, we heard from Emma Murray. She said, I Googled south-southwest wind. I had an event like Joe Murray's 5K race to see what the weather was going to be like, or another event that Joe was involved in. And she Googled it a short time before that event. You have to have an agreement. Again, do not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving the alleged co-conspirator. What that's telling you is this: judge's instruction. You heard testimony about Charles Vallow. We've heard about that. We've heard a lot about it. Counsel brought it up again today. And I believe, if I remember right, I don't see him. Officer Duncan's here today. And Officer Duncan got on the stand, and when I pressed him, and remember, folks, I brought the paper out, brought the sheet of paper out, and I said, Officer Duncan, read this to the jury. Read what this prosecuting attorney in Arizona stated about the status of the case. And what did he say? Chad Daybell, with this in regards to Charles Vallow, no reasonable likelihood of conviction. What that means, they don't have any evidence. They don't have any reason. So, you don't get to say, well, he's guilty because he must have been involved. Charles Vallow, except the prosecutor said no reasonable likelihood of conviction. Lori Vallow's involved with Charles Vallow. Alex Cox, if he was not deceased, involved with Charles Vallow. Then we go to Brandon Boudreaux. Chad Daybell, not implicated in regards to Brandon Boudreaux. You know what Chad did? You know why he's not implicated? He carried a tire from a storage unit from a Jeep. And the prosecutor down there recognized you don't have an agreement there because you carried a tire. You don't have an agreement because Chad Daybell has religious beliefs that we don't believe in. What they have is they have Alex Cox shooting at Brandon Boudreaux and Lori Vallow down there involved. And that's what you have down there. Do not speculate as to any other case or legal proceeding involving the alleged co-conspirator. It's in black and white. Facts, evidence. Again, that fancy French word voir dire. I talked to you about you folks about that. I talked about facts and evidence. Fact. Chad Daybell was not involved with Charles Vallow. Fact. Chad Daybell is not implicated with Brandon Boudreaux. Fact. Chad Daybell espoused religious beliefs. And if you want to believe the prosecutor, well, maybe Chad Daybell did a South-Southwest search. Where's the agreement? Where is the agreement? It's not there. You must remember, the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case. It's the judge's instruction. It's not their instruction. It's not the four of them over there. It's the guy that matters here, who sets the instruction and tells us the rules we have to follow. And the rule is, you must remember the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his innocence based solely on the evidence, the facts and evidence that you have been presented. That's what you have to consider. We don't speculate. We do not guess. We do not engage in conjecture. We don't do any of those things. Facts and evidence. Facts and evidence. Reasonable doubt. Under our law and system, this is jury instruction number 5. Again, this isn't me speculating or saying anything, maybe making guesses, maybe giving you facts that maybe aren't consistent with what you remember in your notes. You all took notes. You all have a memory. I know it's been a couple of months, but you all took notes and you all have a memory. And the judge's other instruction would be rely on your memory. Rely on your notes about what you remembered, not what the lawyers say. That includes me. If I say something that's different than what you remember in your notes, you rely on your notes. They said something different than what you remember, you rely on your notes. You rely on your memory. That's the way this works. That's why we all have memories. That's why we all take notes. That's why we all document what has been said for the last 2 months. I watched all of you take very careful notes. I watched all of you document what was being said. Rely on your notes. Rely on your memories. Under our law and system of justice, the defendant is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocent means 2 things. The state has the burden proving the defendant guilty. The state has the burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Chad doesn't have to do anything. He could sit back there and just let the state do their thing. And if he did that and they never proved that there was an agreement, you can't say they put on more evidence than the defense did. That's not the way this works. They have the burden to prove that there was an agreement. They have a burden of proving that Chad in some way was involved in the murder. Now, the insurance cases go back to, well, if Chad was planning a murder, that way he lied and he took advantage of the insurance. And that's how that works. Because if you folks find that he wasn't involved in the conspiracy or the murder of anybody, there's no insurance fraud case. Doesn't have to provide any evidence at all. Now, 4 experts. Dr. Bartling, and we're going to get to that in a little bit. Dr. Hampinkian, Dr. Raven, Patrick Eller. He didn't have to do that. Chad didn't, it's not his job to prove innocence. It's their job and it's their burden to prove guilt. They have the obligation to prove guilt. Second, the state must prove the alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is based on reason and common sense. So when you think about reasonable doubt, what you're doing is you're saying, okay, do I have a reason to believe or doubt whether Mr. Daybell is guilty, whether Chad did this? Do I have and using my common sense and reason, is it possible Chad's not guilty of this? That's reasonable doubt. If you're saying to yourself, I don't know what happened, I don't know the truth, I have no idea really, maybe we will never know what happened here. If that's going through your head, folks, and you don't know which way this is supposed to go, or you have some doubt in your mind whether the state proved their case, the verdict is not guilty. And under our system of justice, it has to be not guilty. Because you can't just bring a bunch of people in from a school who suddenly espoused that Tammy was perfectly fine, and one after another, and bringing the principal in, and bringing anybody who ever even spoke to Tammy once, or once a week, or anybody else, and saying, oh, she was healthy. And yet they didn't show there was a significant discussion about her health. And we're not supposed to believe her family. We're not supposed to believe her son and her daughter who knew her better than anybody else. And then I guess what the state would like to do is, well, believe all of these 9, 10, 12, 15 teachers and principals and everybody else who was dragged in and said, oh yeah, healthy as a horse. Okay. Common sense. Common sense. That's what you need to do. It may arise from careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from the lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. If you have a doubt and you don't know what happened, you must find Chad not guilty. That's not from me. It's not from them. It's from the one that matters, the one who sets the rules and tells you what the instruction is, and read it for yourself. You're going to get a copy of the instruction. It's jury instruction number 5. You must, if you have doubt, Chad doesn't have to prove anything, but if you have doubt about what happened here, the verdict has to be not guilty. That's what the law says. This is jury instruction number 8. And I want to, when you pull up jury instruction number 8 with you folks in the booklets that you get, you'll see that I only took a couple of sentences out of that. In all fairness, jury instruction number 8 is much longer than this. And there's a lot more information in there. But what I did is I pulled out what the theme and what I wanted to talk to you about. And on jury instruction number 8, as part of it, it says, in determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted in this trial. You consider the evidence that has been presented to you. There has not been any evidence saying, we're going to kill the kids. We're going to kill Tammy. There is talk about a plan. Yeah, the 144,000 building a village for the children, the infirm, the sick, the other people that Chad is able to gather. There's the plan. And if you go through the evidence, you'll see there's reference to the plan. It wasn't a plan to kill, folks. It was a plan to gather. A plan to gather by a gentleman who's a traditional Mormon. And yes, you don't have to like his beliefs. You don't have to agree with his beliefs. But he sure has the right to believe whatever he wants to believe. Second line, and again, you'll see the ... is because the jury instruction number 8, I want to say it again so that we're very clear. I didn't publish the entire jury instruction number 8. I took these 2 paragraphs out. And when you read the rest of it, you'll see it basically covers the same subject. There's other topics in there that talk about it. But under the second sentence, do not attempt to guess what my answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. That goes back to what I talked to in the very beginning of the trial. You can't speculate. You can't guess. You can't engage in conjecture. You can't say, this is what he must have meant, or this is what she must have meant, or this is what they meant by this. No, you look at the evidence, and unless it tells you something, you take the evidence as you take the evidence. Again, the judge's instructions. This talks about jury instruction number 18, and the state talked about this a little bit, and I'm going to go through the whole thing. I'll be quick, okay? The law makes no distinction between a person who directly participates in the acts constituting a crime and a person who either before or during the commission intentionally aids, assists, facilitates, promotes, encourages, counsels, solicits, invites, helps, or hires another to commit a crime with the intent to promote or assist in its commission. That was a lot. I can talk, but that was a lot. In other words, what that's saying is that if there was a murder and someone did something to help along, aided in that's a problem, and it is. Okay? But then we go down to the last sentence, and this is what's important, and this is what you need to look at. And in all fairness, I wanted to put the entire jury instruction so you could put it into perspective. Mere presence at, acquiescence in, or silent consent to the planning or commissioning of a crime is not sufficient to make one an accomplice. Okay? What that's saying is this. Chad Daybell can talk about religion all day long. Chad Daybell can espouse his beliefs, and he could talk about zombies with Zaluma, or Melanie Gibb can teach about zombies, and Chad can talk about dark spirits. Chad can talk about light and dark. Chad could talk about all sorts of religious beliefs, okay? But when the time comes, if something happened to those children, even if Chad had knowledge, acquiesced, or silently said, well, I may know about this, I may know what have happened, what that instruction on number 18 is saying, mere presence at, acquiescence in, or silent consent to the planning or commission of a crime is not sufficient to make one an accomplice. Accomplice means no conspiracy unless he took some sort of a step to make an agreement. There has to be an agreement. We're going back to that again. There has to be an agreement. There is no agreement. Chad Daybell testimony, he met Tylee a couple times, met JJ a couple of times. There was not a lot of contact. There was not a lot of encounter from when they first met to the time they moved to Rexburg. And you heard the testimony. I want you to go back and listen to the testimony, okay? I want you to look back at Jason William and really listen at one of the exhibits that's been admitted, and state provided that a little bit, provided a portion of it anyway. Lori Vallow is talking about a family attorney. Now, for those of us who know what a family attorney is, they deal with divorce, they deal with custody fights, they deal with all of those topics. Chad said, the kids are okay, it'll be cleared up in time. There's a simple solution. He calls Melanie Gibb, talking to her, and if you listen back to the tape recording, basically, in essence, he's saying, where are the kids, Melanie? What's going on? I thought they were with you. He did say, don't lie to the police. Well, you know why? Because he thought Kate and Larry were in the process of trying to take the kids from Lori. Where did he get that from? Guess where? Lori Vallow. Chad didn't know where the kids were. Chad didn't know where the kids were until that fateful day on June 9th, when they're discovered on his property. Up until that time, Lori Vallow was selling to Jason William and anybody else who would listen the family attorney line. The kids are fine. And you heard Lori Vallow talk about it. If nobody knows about it, the better. She said that. Only I need to know what was going on. I'm the one who needs to know what's going on. And if nobody else knows anything, they can't do anything about it. That was the dupe on Chad Daybell. The kids are fine. It's all going to be cleared up. There's a simple solution. We're hiring a family law attorney to deal with it. They're not hiring a criminal defense attorney. They're not hiring a criminal defense attorney. So Lori Vallow's decision to hire a family law attorney and Chad going along with it because there's a simple solution. Kids are safe. Everything's going to be fine. Mere presence, acquiescence, silent consent doesn't get you there. Even if he knew there was a crime, even if Chad Daybell knew, well, maybe the kids aren't safe. The testimony is everything's fine. Simple solution. But even if you don't believe that, even if you don't accept that and say, how could he not know where the kids were? I want you to look at jury instruction number 18. Mere presence at, acquiescence in, silent consent to. It doesn't get you there, and it doesn't mean he committed a crime. He's saying the kids are safe because Lori told him the kids are safe. He's saying it was a simple solution because this was a custody fight, because Kay and Larry were trying to take the kids, JJ anyway, from Lori. Lori talked about that with Detective with one of the detectives on the 26th of November. He talked, Ron Ball, excuse me. Officer Ball's here, I think. Front row. Talked about it with Ron Ball. The other thing about that tape that you need to understand, the other thing about the tape, and I didn't mean to go on this long, and I'm sorry, I guess I may not have been completely forthright. It's going to take a little longer than I thought, but I want to emphasize this stuff. I apologize for that. The other thing is when you listen to the tape with Ron Ball and the other officer, okay, you hear Lori Vallow talk about, well, I'm only here for a short while. And this is in September when they first started looking for where the kids are. And go back to your notes, go back to your memory, but then go back to the tape and listen to the tape where Lori Vallow says, well, I'm also going to be planning to move back with my friend Melanie Gibb. That was in September when she moved here. The kids were here and she's already planning. She hadn't even been here for very long, couple months. And she's already planning on moving back, and she said it in her own words, with my friend Melanie Gibb. Okay, after being 2 months here. Okay, and that's important. Remember that. Jury instruction 18, acquiescence. And it's a big word. Okay? And I looked it up in the dictionary. I'll admit that, okay? I looked it up because I know what silent consent is. But when you look up acquiescence, it says awareness, acceptance, compliance. I'm aware of it. All right, I'm accepting it. I'm going to go along with it. That's acquiescence. I'm going to just go along with what is going on. So even if you think Chad Daybell should have known, but there was no agreement, there was no evidence that he entered into this plan to do this. The prosecutor's overt acts talk about espousing religious beliefs. They don't mention an agreement, but they know you got to have an agreement first before you get to the overt acts. I showed you that earlier. And acquiescence means I'm aware, I accept, I'll even comply. Mere presence, acquiescence in, or silent consent, the planning or commission of a crime, is not sufficient to make one an accomplice. Acquiescence. If there's no agreement, there's no plan to do that, and you don't have Chad Daybell with any evidence, the evidence that you're only supposed to consider that you have, he didn't commit a crime if that's what you believe. Now he's saying the kids were fine. They were being kept and Lori Vallow was doing that. It was a simple solution. But if you don't believe that, acquiescence does not make it a crime, folks. And this isn't me saying this. This isn't some lawyer's argument. This is this judge's instruction. Acquiescence, in or silent consent to, is not sufficient to make one an accomplice. Okay. We're going to go back to the jury instruction 20 and talks about, again, the amended indictment against Mr. Daybell for first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. And the important, oops, skips. Was expecting it at some point. The important part here involves an agreement. Once again, it involves an agreement. Once again, conspiracy involves an agreement. You have to have an agreement for there to be a conspiracy. You have to have an agreement. There is no agreement. I want to talk a little bit about Exhibit 35 and 36. And those are exhibits that I submitted for your consideration. And if you remember, I had the officer on the stand, and I believe it was one of the state police officers, and I had them show you the handle of the shovel that was one of the many tools that were provided to them. And I zeroed in on the shovel, and this was the shovel that was at the scene of the crime, and it had dirt on it, like it had been used, like someone had been shoveling with it on June 9th and June 10th, the day the bodies were removed from the ground. But I provided your exhibit number 35 and 36 for a reason. Because when you look at the very first pictures of the tools lined up in the corner in the barn, and you zoom in on that picture of the black shovel, you'll notice there's no dirt on the handle. And then on June 9th, later in the day, you see the shovel on the ground. Zoom in on the shovel, black shovel handles, folks, and magically there's dirt on the handle of the shovel. And then the subsequent pictures again on the 10th, there's dirt on the shovel. And then when the shovel gets to the state police and the officers up there from the lab, surprisingly, no dirt on the shovel handle, the black handle, the high end of the handle. No dirt in the beginning, dirt in the middle, no dirt on the end. And magically, surprisingly, those pictures are from June 9th and June 10th. The shovel and tools were used to dig. You heard from Officer Schmidt. Grab some shovels and start digging. They didn't say, grab the shovels that we brought. They didn't say anything like that. They said, grab the shovels and start digging. Now, how do we know that he's telling the truth? Because 35 and 36, and take the time and go over the pictures. Expand on those pictures of that black handled shovel. And tell me, clean, first picture. Dirty, dirty, clean. They used the shovels. The police who were investigating this case used the shovels, and then magically we get a pickaxe, and magically we get another shovel. And guess what? Surprisingly, of the 18 tools, you heard from Dr. Hampinkian, not a drop of DNA of Chad Daybell is on any of the tools. Nothing else was tested. But ironically, we found Tylee Ryan's DNA on a shovel and a pickaxe that were found right next to the shed with that black shovel that was used on June 9th and June 10th. Okay. Motive. I want to talk to you a little bit about motive. Alex Cox. He killed Charles Vallow in front of Tylee and JJ. You heard testimony. Alex Cox shot Charles Vallow once. And then he walks up to Charles Vallow while he's dying and puts another bullet in him. And who are two of the witnesses? Lori Vallow is not going to say anything against her protector. Lori Vallow is not going to do anything about her beloved brother. But Alex Cox knows there are two people, two expendable people in Alex Cox's mind who witnessed the murder of Charles Vallow. That would be Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow. Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow, the murder of Charles Vallow. They become expendable because the one thing that can cause Alex Cox to spend the rest of his life, or far worse, in Arizona is a 16-year-old girl and an autistic 7-year-old little boy. Chad Daybell was not charged in that. Lori Vallow's charged. Again, what I told you before, we had Officer Duncan. No reasonable likelihood of conviction of Chad. Lori Vallow cared about a couple of things. Lori Vallow cared about money, and she cared about Lori Vallow, and she cared about Alex Cox. Now, how do we know Lori Vallow cared about money? We know Lori Vallow cared about money because I believe it was the third husband, Joseph Ryan. You heard evidence from the witnesses. Lori Vallow collected the insurance proceeds from the death of Joseph Ryan. Then the state went on and put on a tremendous amount of evidence. Tremendous amount of evidence. Charles Vallow, she was mad. She was really mad. She didn't get the money. Kay Woodcock is on top of it. She stopped that. And even when Lori tried to get the beneficiary changed, Lori didn't get her greedy hands on the money. And then what happens? The next victim, husband number five, just get insurance. Don't worry about saying there's any kids or any beneficiaries or anything like that. Honey, just say it's me and you. And while all of this is going on, all of this is happening, Chad's really good friend, Alex Cox, really close friend, is Googling how to put a bullet through the windshield in the side of a black Dodge Dakota that Chad Daybell primarily drives. The target was not Tammy Daybell. It was not Tammy Daybell. You heard testimony about the insurance. The target was not Tammy Daybell. He was the target. The driver of the black Dodge. How do we get it through the window? How do we get it through the side? Because once Chad is gone, once Chad is out of the way, guess what? Ryan's insurance. Kay Woodcock stopped the insurance from Charles Vallow, and she put an end to that. Lori Vallow's next victim, Chad Daybell, because Alex Cox was going to do something to him, and that gave Lori the straight line to pick up the next proceeds. And according to Lori Vallow's own statement on November 26th, with our friend Ron Ball there, I'm going to get back with Lori. I'm going to go back with Melanie. I'm going to go back with Melanie. Okay. So Alex Cox had a motive. The motive was Alex Cox would be either spending the rest of his life in prison or far worse fate if JJ or Tylee even opened their mouth and said anything about observing or being there when Alex Cox decided to put the finishing touches and do the final bullet into Charles Vallow's chest while he was laying there dying. I want to talk a little bit about confirmation bias. We talked a little bit about that. It's when somebody starts an investigation or gears themselves. We talked a little bit about that with Dr. Christensen, how he made the determination at the end. And he said, well, it's between, we don't know what happened or homicide. But then I looked at all the police reports, and the police officers provided me with all of the police reports. They provided me with all of the evidence. And when I looked at all of this massive pile that Miss Blake went through of all the evidence that they provided at my request, I said, this is going to be homicide instead of undetermined. But then you ask them, why didn't you call the kids? Because you requested information from the police. Why didn't you request information from the kids? Why didn't you ask them? Because they wanted to know why their mother was exhumed with no basis or explanation to them for doing it. And they didn't hear anything for 14 months. No explanation. So call Dr. Christensen, call these children and say, can you tell me anything about their medical history? Can you tell me anything about whether your mother was feeling ill, whether she was fainting, whether she was having seizures, whether her anemia was inflamed, whether, and the last questioning was whether she had inflammation in the lungs that was never brought up, and why her lungs were filled. Give us something, tell me something, but that didn't happen. Confirmation bias means you pick a target and you go after whatever evidence you have to make that target look like that person is guilty. And all of them in the audience with the suits, that's exactly what they did. That's exactly what they did. Gibb and Warwick were ignored. Gibb and Warwick were ignored. They didn't get DNA evidence from them. They didn't get phone records from them. They did nothing. At the end, they took a hair sample for I think, Melanie in 2020. There was a hair sample in 2020 from Melanie. Didn't do anything with it. On the 22nd and 23rd, in Lori Vallow's apartment, there were 4 people in that apartment. On the day that JJ Vallow was murdered, Lori Vallow was there. JJ Vallow was there. Melanie Gibb was there. David Warwick was there. And the prosecutor talked about a phone call to Chad. Go back and look at the notes, folks, and you'll see that it was actually a text message that Melanie sent to Chad. It went unanswered for 8 or 9 hours. Melanie was trying to cover her tracks. She was trying to say, well, I know I'm here. This is what's going on. Me and my good friend, this is what happened to JJ. And, there were all of this stuff. And the biggest complaining witness against Chad Daybell, all of this religious stuff, all of these facts, all of this stuff about, Chad teaching people about his religious beliefs, it came from Melanie Gibb, the one person who has everything to lose. David Warwick and Melanie Gibb were present at the time that JJ Vallow was murdered. Chad Daybell's phone on the 23rd, no location information, no Google information. Now, you heard from the officer, I think it was Stubbs, who said, well, he turned the Google off. What about the phone? What about all the apps? What about all the other ways that Patrick Eller talked about you could find and locate a phone on a piece of property if he was there? And yet we didn't hear anything about that. Because on the 23rd, when JJ's body was dumped in the ground by Alex Cox and dug that hole, Chad Daybell was not there. And ironically enough, look back at your notes. Look back at your notes and look back when Melanie Gibb and David Warwick said, well, we left town that morning. Alex Cox left at 9:21 to drive toward Chad Daybell's property. Melanie Gibb and David Warwick claim that at 9:30, well, we were on our way to Pocatello. Show me the phone records, David. Show me the phone records, Melanie Gibb. Because Melanie Gibb and David Warwick went on a little ride to Chad Daybell's property, and David's is a construction consultant, and they had to say whatever they have to say to get out of this. Offer whatever information they need to this prosecuting attorney to convince them that, oh, we weren't involved even though we were there at the night of the murder. We have nothing to do with this. We know nothing. And yet, ironically, within 10 minutes after Alex Cox leaves, 10 minutes later, Melanie Gibb and David Warwick. So how did the body of JJ get in the back of the trunk from Lori Vallow's apartment with Melanie and David there? 10 minutes later? 3 people? Simple as can be. Now, September 9th, again, same cast of characters, same folks, same people. Alex Cox, Lori Vallow, Tylee Ryan. You saw a text message from Chad Daybell at 10:56, 10:57. Shot a raccoon, burned some limbs. Okay. No location device on September 9th with Chad Daybell on the property. No Google information, no apps, no evidence to show that Chad Daybell was there. Earlier in the day, yeah, he buried a raccoon. He started a small fire, burned some limbs, and he told his wife about it. Okay. And we know that he shot a raccoon. Regan Price. Remember Regan Price? Regan Price is the one who said early in the morning she heard a shot. She didn't see anything else. She didn't see anything else out there, but Regan Price heard a shot in the morning. Okay. And if there's a hole to be dug in the pet cemetery, we know why. If there's ground that was disturbed, we know why. Because Chad Daybell in his text message to his wife said, I shot a raccoon. And Regan heard the shot. Regan heard the shot. But Regan didn't see anything else. Then we get to Dr. Eric Bartelink. Dr. Bartelink, remember? Forensic anthropologist, the fire guy, the guy who tested the bodies that are contributed to his program to see how long it would take to burn. What did he say? He didn't say you needed a lot of accelerant. It wasn't as much accelerant. What it was a bonfire, folks. Where was the bonfire on September 9th? Because Regan Price didn't see anything. Because there was no bonfire. There was no bonfire. It wasn't there. The body was burned as a whole. I can't prove to you where Alex Cox burned this body. I don't know. What I do know is that the body was burned as a whole. I do know the body was burned as a whole because that's what Dr. Bartelink said. I also know that what Dr. Bartelink said is there is no explanation, and it couldn't have just been the fire, that a large number of remains of Tylee were not found at the scene. They were not discovered there. Now, you can't say the police didn't try. You can't say the police didn't try. They brought out a bulldozer. They had a bulldozer. Look at the pictures. They made an effort to try to find whatever they could find, but they couldn't find all the pieces, and they didn't find all the pieces. And then you saw in Alex Cox's garage, Lori Vallow's garage, you'll see the pictures of Lori Vallow's garage in the exhibit. And there's a container of Quikrete. And you talked about how one of the people said that while trying to dig it up, it looked like there was some sort of concrete or Quikrete or hard, because Alex Cox poured about some Quikrete in there. But the question remains is this. If Alex Cox put the body in the ground and put Quikrete to cover up the burial, when did the carnivore bite take place? When did we get the carnivore bite if Alex Cox took the body directly from his apartment, brought it over to Chad's like they're suggesting, threw it in the ground, threw in the Quikrete? When did the carnivore bite take place? Alex Cox murdered Tylee Ryan. Lori Vallow knew what was going on because her beloved little brother, or beloved big brother, could be tagged for the murder of Charles Vallow, and those two kids saw it. And Alex Cox took the body after he murdered Tylee Ryan. He took it out somewhere and he burned the body. And while out in the middle of Fremont County or Madison County or wherever he went, where there are thousands and thousands of acres of open ground, Yellowstone Park is just a short way away, folks. This is a wildlife heaven for hunters. Great place for hunters. The body was burned. It was subjected to a carnivore bite, and then it was put in the ground. And on September 9th, Alex Cox was on Chad Daybell's property, at least part of the time. If you remember what Patrick Eller said, he talked about, the fact that there's a certain block of time, an hour, 15 minutes, an hour, 20 minutes or more, where we can't really identify where Alex Cox was. He was there, he was gone, he came back. But then remember the testimony from the state's expert, and remember the testimony from Patrick Eller. 6 or 7 other times, Alex Cox was on the property of Chad Daybell. No location device with Chad Daybell at that time. No indication that Chad Daybell was on the property at that time when Alex Cox was there. You commit murder of 2 kids. And the intent is to eventually finish off husband number 5. What's the best place, the ideal place to bury bodies? The new husband set him up. Chad Daybell's electronics weren't there. Chad Daybell wasn't there. Other people were there, especially on the 23rd. The 2 people who were there when J.J. Vallow was brutally murdered. But set Chad up. And then to make things nice and neat, Alex, finish him off like you were going to do Brandon Boudreaux, like you did Charles Vallow. Alex Cox is a murderer, and he is not shy about shooting people. He shot at Brandon Boudreaux. He murdered Charles Vallow. Chad Daybell was next, and to make the plan nice and neat, let's bury the bodies on Chad Daybell's property. Folks, this has nothing to do with religion. This has nothing. You take a dozen or 2 dozen or even 4 or 5 dozen text messages or emails and communications with someone you're having an affair with, and you tell me that you're going to be able to construe them only one way. They can be construed a number of ways. And that's exactly what they did. Confirmation bias. Confirmation bias. You pick the target and you don't do your job. Text message. Gibb to Prosecutor Wood. Keith, Dateline interview, and I want to make sure the church is protected. You heard Melanie Gibb read that. Keith and I. Keith Morrison. Dateline. We want to make sure the church is protected. There were over 300 other messages between Prosecutor Wood and Melanie Gibb. Why are we, as Melanie Gibb, telling a prosecutor in a criminal case that we need to protect the church? We need to protect the church. We know from Officer Kiyokamanu, one of the messages he pulled off when he did his search was Julie Rowe and the stake president saying, Julie, my stake president's going to call Chad stake president. You need to stop publishing your books. You need to stop doing all of this stuff. We need to make sure that the church doesn't get implicated in this, because these subjects that we talk about, these dark and light spirits, these other subjects that might be uncomfortable to be exposed, these other subjects that nobody should want to hear about, we need to protect the church so we don't hear it. So what do? You pick a target, and rather than looking at where the evidence leads and the facts, you create a scenario saying, well, he's a religious zealot. Well, he's got all of these crazy ideas about all of this stuff. Yeah, he talked about death percentages, folks. He also said Heather Daybell was dark. He said Allie Bloomer was dark. He said Samantha Gwilliam was dark. And he said our good friend over here, Officer Hermosillo, he was dark. He doesn't look dead to me. And Samantha Gwilliam isn't dead. Allie Bloomer's not dead. Heather Daybell's not dead. Heather Daybell, that's the pot stirrer. That's the other one. That's the other one who said, you know, I'm the stake president's part of this society, and I'm going to send it to all of the ward ladies, and they can decide whether they want to disseminate all this terrible stuff I've said about my brother Chad Daybell, and we're going to spread it like fire. The pot stirrer. The problem is the pot stirrer was in the organization of the LDS Church and was doing it again. Chad was the target. This author writes about uncomfortable things. He talks about uncomfortable things. He discusses topics that maybe make people uncomfortable. But you know what? He has every right to talk about it. And you cannot hold it against him because you don't like the topic, or you don't agree with the topic, or you don't even understand the topic. I don't understand half the stuff that's going on with some of this religious stuff. I don't have a clue. But I will defend his right to believe whatever he wants to believe. Experts. Dr. Raven. Okay. You remember what Dr. Raven talked about. She talked about the results. She stood here very clearly and said, you don't get to engage in confirmatory bias. It's undetermined. And by looking at all of that other stuff, and in 25 or 30 years of doing it, she never did that. She never looked at the other stuff. Dr. Bartlink, we already talked about that. The whole body wasn't there. Where is it? Patrick Eller, no data showing Chad Daybell, no device location. Dr. Hampinkian, he talked about hair samples, and you remember from the state police talking about the 40 or 50 hair samples that they sent over to one of the laboratories, and some of those included blonde hairs. Blonde hairs. Now, the DNA evidence on the plastic on JJ showed that there was a fingerprint and a handprint of Alex Cox on the plastic. There was also Lori Vallow's hair, and they had her sample. And when he asked Dr. Hampinkian, did they exclude those blonde hairs from that they found on the tape wrapped around JJ? Did they exclude Lori Vallow? It wasn't her. But you know what? Whose blonde hairs were there? I only know one other blonde. JJ Vallow and the other blonde. Well, it was the blonde who was with him in the apartment when he died, named Melanie Gibb. But once again, we ignore that evidence. We don't test that evidence. We don't look at that evidence. We don't examine that evidence. We don't get samples of that evidence. Instead, we ignore it and we go right to Chad Daybell. We talked about Dr. Hempinkian talking about negative DNA results. And of the 18 tools that were found in Chad Daybell's garage, how many of them had his DNA? 0. Did they test anything else? No. Magically, Tylee's remains are on a pickaxe and a shovel. The same thing that I talked to you about in Exhibit 35. And folks, please examine that. Please look carefully. Casting, religious beliefs, dark light casting. He's a traditional Mormon. You may not like it. You may not believe what he believes, but he has every right to talk about it. He's written a number of books about it. And any chance anybody gets to even mention the word religion to him, he goes off on a 35 or 40-minute patriarchal prayer that I still don't even understand what he was talking about. But he does it and goes into great detail about all sorts of things. Dark spirits, death percentages, castings. You heard from Emma Murray. You heard from Emma Murray, and she talked about the fact that she felt like she had something possessed in her. And Chad helped her rid her of that spirit. Now, whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. But I asked her, does that mean you die? No. And when they're talking about inflicting pain and inflicting discomfort, they're not talking about inflicting discomfort on the actual person. The discussion, if they took the time to look at it, is they're inflicting pain on the spirit that's inhabited the body, and they're trying to make it uncomfortable so that the body and the spirit are separated, and that spirit goes off. And you make it uncomfortable enough that that spirit disappears. DNA evidence. I talked about this already. No Chad, Alex Cox, Lori Vallow, primary and secondary. And the important thing is folks, is this. At the time that JJ Vallow was buried, I talked to Dr. Hempinkian about this, and some of you smiled because I said, is there anything else I'm missing? Sweat, spit, fingerprints, breathing, any kind of way to get DNA. And Dr. Hempinkian said, a small little particle, that's all it takes. And yet after the state lab did their examination, after they went through everything, nothing of Chad's. Hair's not tested. Dr. Hempinkian said, DNA does not tell us where or when the DNA got there, when it occurred. Talks about presence. Chad Daybell, you can't hold his silence against him. You can't do that. If he chooses not to talk, you can't even consider that. If that's going into your consideration, then the judge will give you an instruction on that. That's not something you do. Reasonable doubt. Motive, Alex Cox. Alex Cox needed to cover for a murder. Lori and Alex, they're the two ones who are involved. Why is it that it's a woman like Lori Vallow, married 5 times? She pursued Chad. She's the one who pursued Chad. Remember when we talked about they were at the book situation where they're selling the books at the Preparing the People? And then subsequently there was a basketball game and Zaluma talked about, well, are you afraid of me? And Chad goes walking off. She pursued Chad. I don't know what her agenda is, but ultimately her agenda was to get another life insurance check after Chad Daybell was knocked off by Alex Cox. I want to talk a little bit about Tammy, the Fitbit. Officer Mattingly went into great detail about all the mileage she was traveling and all these things she was doing. And then Emma Murray and Joe Murray talk about a simple thing. Tammy would lay in the bed and there was a competition. And Tammy, if anything, wonderful woman, very competitive, real easy. Run that Fitbit up, run that Fitbit up. And it doesn't matter, even if she was walking, you heard from Emma Murray how her health wasn't that great, from Garth how her health wasn't that great. And you can't speculate. You don't get to do what Dr. Christensen did, which is speculate we think that's what she died. Because if you're speculating, you're breaking the judge's rule. No speculation. Either you know what caused it or you don't know what caused it. And if you don't know what caused it, and one person says undetermined, the other one says homicide because I was provided all the police reports, that doesn't get you there. You don't get to speculate. Officer Coulter. The prosecutor pointed out that at 9:30, Tammy Daybell did a search. And she did a search on her computer about paintball guns. And then 10 minutes later, she called the non-emergency line and said there was a paintball incident. And the prosecutor saying, well, how did she show Officer Coulter if she was Googling it? Because when Officer Coulter eventually got there, as you remember the testimony, if you remember it this way, Garth and Tammy took Officer Coulter the computer and said, this is what the paintball gun looks like. This is what I Googled. And Tammy didn't Google AK-47. Tammy didn't Google all of that other stuff. She Googled paintball gun and told Officer Coulter, that's where it is. And then Officer Coulter fills out a very short police report. And lo and behold, at the urging of whoever his boss is out there, changed it a little bit. But he included that Joe Murray saw and heard Tammy yelling. And Joe got up there and said, I did not hear that. I did not do any of that. You're wrong, Officer Coulter. And he got his facts wrong. And you know where he gets facts wrong on? The second report he did. Sometime later, after he does the second report, that's where he got the facts wrong. I want to clarify something else. When the police on the 26th contacted Melanie Gibb, she said, I have JJ. I have JJ. And it wasn't a short time later. There was a suggestion that it was a short time later. It was 10 days later. The gig was up. Melanie knew she was caught. She was there during the murder, and suddenly she starts singing. And she starts telling these long tales. And the biggest complaining witnesses against Chad Daybell, David Warwick, Melanie Gibb. They're the two that are saying all of this stuff, saying, oh yeah, Chad. Well, they got the most to lose because they were there when JJ Vallow was killed. Zuluma Pastenes, another complainer, married to the murderer of JJ Vallow, married to the murderer of Tylee Ryan, married to the murderer of Charles Vallow, and married to the attempted murderer of Brandon Boudreaux. Excuse me. Brenda Dye ordered the autopsy. It said no autopsy. Emma Murray agreed and then said, my dad didn't say anything one way or the other. Chad wasn't trying to hide anything. Steve Schultz, no bruising. The bruising on Tammy's body, 8 bruises on one arm from the book fair carrying the books. Emma talked about that. 1 bruise on the other with 1 up here. You carry a book in your arm. It leans against your chest on one point and you got 8 bruises on the other arm. There's no asphyxiation here, folks. You heard Dr. Raven saying 600 pounds would have to sit on your chest to smother you the way they're suggesting. No marks on the neck, no indication of anything else. This was not homicide. Steve Schultz, Chad's a good guy. He strayed, and he did have an affair, folks. He had an affair. But the affair doesn't mean he killed anybody. And maybe there was a plan. You tell me that you're having an affair with someone and you don't start discussing the possibility of a future, having a future, spending time together in the future, that doesn't mean you're going to murder. Reasonable doubt. Motive Alex Cox. Lori and Alex, that's where all the trouble. You don't go being married for 29 or 30 years with nothing as much as a speeding ticket on your record. And then you marry someone who, what are you, afraid of me? And 5 husbands later, no DNA. These officers failed this investigation. They absolutely failed in their investigation looking up the facts of this case. Folks, if there is reasonable doubt, and there is reasonable doubt, you must, according to the judge's instructions, return a verdict of not guilty. I am respectfully asking all of you to return a verdict of not guilty.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. That will conclude the defense closing argument then. Does the state intend to offer a rebuttal closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to suggest we take a quick recess before you start with the state's rebuttal. Is that all right, Ms. Blake?
That would be, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, we'll recess for 15 minutes and then the state can have its rebuttal.
All right.
Oh boy, oh boy. First of all, everybody stretch and celebrate that we actually made it through that closing argument. I don't even have words. I hesitated to even unmute because of what I might say. I know, Mandy. Phew, we made it. You know what, Rocket Couch, I agree. Or I think we all do. I'm going to come back in 15. Currently, I cannot discuss this because, like, that whole thing just I'm not going to say anything. How about that? I'm going to wait. I'm going to let prosecution take care of it for me. I'm going to let the process handle it for me. I'm going to put faith in the system right now because I cannot believe half of what I don't believe anything of what I just heard. I can't believe he went there. Yeah, basically like pot, kettle, black. Yeah. Hello, Pryor. Yeah. Also, don't look at anything that's not evidence in this case while I talk about how everybody else is responsible outside. You know, let's talk about Arizona. Let's talk about everything else. Yeah, don't even get me started. All right, I'm muting now. I am definitely putting music on for 15 minutes. I'm going out and getting some fresh air and touching grass. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Yeah, he was married to Tammy at the time. That's like bullshit. I hope they pointed out. Show me if that was true, Mindy. Would we not be looking at an insurance policy that Lori took out on Chad when they got married, like so that they could pin it all on her? Yeah, like come on, Pryor. Don't sell stuff with your mouth that your ass can't settle. Like seriously. Yeah, I know. I'm going to go get a drink of water, make a cup of tea. I'll be back in a few, people. I'm sorry. I just cannot. I need the air. I really do. Prior just stunk it all up for me. Okay. I am let me get rid of the music. Hold on a second. I'm sitting here chuckling to myself because whoever called it in the chat, they said when George says 15 minutes, he means 30. Well, we're past 20 now. So yeah, Katie, right? Putting the clock in there. Yeah, I'm chuckling to myself. I'm like, oh my God, I'm late. And then I start walking slower towards the computer, like, what am I worried about? This is Judge Boyce's court we're talking about here. Late is the standard procedure. Yeah, I think it was Couch that said, yeah, 15 means 30. I'll bet you it'll be closer to 30. Damn. So I think I need to drink a strong one. Yeah, you know what, Mandy? I'm kind of with you, but I'm going to wait until it goes to deliberations. Like, I gotta listen to the rest. Yeah, you know what? And me too. I have not really drank more than like a couple of sips of wine. I don't even think I finished the last glass of wine that I poured maybe like a week or so ago. Yeah. Mm-mm. My daughter had come with some wine for Mother's Day, and I didn't even finish a glass. Mary, at this point, I'm not saying nothing because I don't want to go off on a tangent. Uh, uh, the closing arguments in the beginning, I'm all for, but I am biased. I think Lindsey Blake did a great job. I think prior, I don't even know what that was, except for a whole retelling of the story that actually he really should have done better when he put his case out. But I don't know. It just what weighs on me is the fact that perhaps the jury got so boggled up in it. If they pull any points out of it that they can hang their hat on them, I just that's the frustrating part. But I hope that they are reminded that whatever an attorney says is not evidence. I don't care what Pryor says. That's not evidence. It's not even evidence when Lindsey says it. But at least Lindsey actually pointed to real evidence and not speculation in some other story. We are waiting for the break to end case, or they're going to come back and then we will have the rest of prosecutions round 2, or they get to come back after defense. We just wrapped up defense about 20 odd minutes ago. Judge took a break saying 15 minutes, but we know that means 30. Yeah, with moving, Mandy, like I can imagine, like that must have been good to put your feet up and take a couple of sips of a beer or anything after a hard day like that. You're welcome, Case. And thank you for coming back. It means an hour, Sarah. I hope not. I like I said, I'm trying really hard not to say all the stuff that is. I just like I don't want to go off sound like ridiculous at how upsetting and mad like some of that made me. Mandy and I had always, and sorry if I throw you under the bus here a little bit, Mandy, but from the beginning of this, we were speculative about whether or not Chad and Pryor would be throwing Lori under the bus. They knew that we knew Alex was going to be a target. Actual, all the evidence for hands-on does relate to Alex Cox, no doubt about it. And if he was alive, he'd be serving multiple attempted murder and murder charges like right now. He'd be in jail for life. We know that, you know. But, you know, we knew the only defense that Chad could have come up with is that it was the enchantress Lori. She convinced me. Like, I had no idea what was going on because I was so mesmerized by her beauty and the fact that she wanted a big fat slug like me with the personality of a dead bug. Sorry. See? This is why I should not be on mic. I should be muted right now. Help me. I mean, you guys talk in the chat. I'll answer questions because my free thought is tainted right now. Yes. Oh, it was Sarah. Yes, it was JJ's birthday. And you know what? On the anniversary a month ago, they had something, and people have been posting for their birthdays, and people have been posting very positive things for the victims, and I'm happy to hear that. And they're back.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Bailiff, if we could have the jurors brought in, please.
Oh. Okay, so this is going to be the final round, and then he will speak to the jury again. And I know, Mary. But if I say what I want, I don't want to be too biased. I want everybody to be able to enjoy the process without my tainted opinion, very harsh right now in regards to the defense. I'm sorry, but actually, sorry, not sorry. I mean, I feel the way I feel. You know, but the purpose of all of this is for you all to get a good bird's eye view of the actual process in my respect of it. I really do have respect of it, and I want to see justice served. And if the jury goes another way, I'm just going to have to try to understand it, just like all of us will. And hopefully some juror will come out and tell us why. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. And I hope that's not what happens. I hope they throw the book at him and hit him squarely in the head.
Here's our present counter for Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. The defense concluded with its closing argument. At this time, the state is permitted a rebuttal closing argument. Is that going to be you again, Ms. Blake? All right, Ms. Blake, then if you'd like to have the state's rebuttal argument, you can do so now.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please have use of the HDMI?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, counsel talked to you about some jury instructions, and I want to talk to you a little bit about them as well. You are going to get the official jury instructions from the judge, and in fact, you've already received those. As counsel talked about during jury selection, we also talked about jury instructions, and we talked about that that's what you would agree to follow in this case. I want to go over a couple of those with you. Instruction number 18. Counsel went over that with you, but I want to go through it again briefly. Aiding and abetting is defined as before or during the commission, intentionally aiding, assisting, facilitating, promoting, encouraging, counseling, soliciting, inviting, helping, or hiring another to commit a crime with the intent to promote or assist in its commission. If you find any one of those acts occurred, any one of those things, again, when we're talking about principal to first degree murder, when we are talking about conspiracy, you don't have to find that the defendant actually committed the physical act to end someone's life, you have to find that he did one of those other things that we just talked about. When we talk about reasonable doubt, again, you have a jury instruction. However, reasonable doubt is commonly defined as a doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate to act. Emphasis on reasonable. It's not any doubt. It is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. And again, you have that jury instruction. The state absolutely recognizes we have the burden of proof in this case. We told you that from the beginning. We're not shying away from that. It is our burden. And the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, that's not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It's based on common sense. I also want to talk to you a little bit about the conspiracy instruction. You have several of those. In this case, we have 3 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. When you look at that conspiracy instruction, at the very bottom, it'll say that you have to find each and every element. What I want to distinguish, because I think it can get a little confusing at times, is one of the elements says that you have to find one overt act. You don't have to find every overt act. You have to find every element. And I think it's number 6 within that instruction that will list out the overt acts. And again, for a conspiracy, it requires that there be a plan to commit a crime, and then that just one of the actors commit one overt act. Not every actor has to commit one. Not every overt act has to be committed. Which brings us to jury instruction number 20. And counsel talked to you about this when it comes to an agreement. And I would highlight that in instruction number 20, criminal conspiracy is defined as 2 or more persons combining or conspiring to commit any crime or offense prescribed by the laws of the state of Idaho. And 1 or more of such persons does any act to affect the object of the combination or conspiracy. Conspirators need not agree upon every detail. The agreement may be established in any manner sufficient to show an understanding of the parties. It may be shown by evidence of an oral or written agreement, or it may be implied from the conduct of parties. I think that's important here. Counsel talked to you and kept trying to highlight and say, there's no agreement in the text messages. There's no agreement saying we're going to kill anyone. I would disagree with that. And we're going to go through some text messages again. However, there doesn't have to be a written agreement. Again, it can be implied. So I'd ask you to keep that in mind. And when you go back to deliberate, really look at those jury instructions. As counsel said, it is the judge that controls the instructions. It is the judge that controls the law in the courtroom. Counsel talked to you about Emma Murray and the wind searches. We also talked about the wind searches. It's a listed overt act. On September 8th of 2019, Chad Daybell's Gmail email address was searching southwest wind. It was the day before Tylee Ryan is believed to have been taken to Chad Daybell's property. And if you recall, I asked Emma about that she just happened to do it the same day Tylee went missing. But what I'd also ask you to remember is Emma Murray talked to you all about how she wanted to see her mom's autopsy results. And she told you how law enforcement threatened her. You can't see it unless you sit down for an interview. And I'd ask you to remember when Detective Mattingly came in and we played a recording. The recording was a depiction of the interaction between Detective Mattingly and Emma Murray. And I'd ask you to remember that in that interaction, Detective Mattingly specifically tells Emma, I just want to share the autopsy results with you. I think you're entitled to see them. I'm not saying what he said verbatim. It's an exhibit if you want to listen to it. But he was very clear with Emma. He wasn't trying to interview her. He told her, you don't need to sit down for an interview. And yet when Emma was on the stand, she said the only way she could see those autopsy results was if she sat down for an interview. That's not what the recording showed. And I'd ask you to keep in mind too, Jason William came and testified. And one of the things Jason talked about is that he and Chad had been friends. Jason is married to Tammy's sister. Jason indicated Chad made a statement to him along the lines of, my kids know how to keep a secret. Counsel talked to you about Charles Vallow. And he talked about that charges are not being pursued against Charles Vallow. But if you recall, what Detective Duncan said is law enforcement absolutely recommended charges. And what Detective Duncan said is that homicides are never a closed deal. Counsel wants you to believe that there was evidence presented that Tylee witnessed or saw what happened to Charles. You rely on your recollections. What you all saw and heard and what you recall is what you consider in this case. Arguments of counsel are not evidence. But I would indicate I don't recall hearing that. I don't think there's any evidence whether Tylee actually witnessed the homicide of Charles Vallow. But what I would ask you to consider is what we do know. Because counsel also brought up Brandon Boudreaux and brought up Chad doesn't have charges pending for Brandon Boudreaux. He does not. Chad's not here on trial for the death of Charles Vallow or Brandon Boudreaux. But keep in mind what we know. Chad Daybell labeled Brandon Boudreaux dark. Alex Cox went down to Arizona in Tylee's Jeep after Tylee was already gone and took a shot at Brandon Boudreaux. Chad labels people dark. Chad determines death percentages or when someone's time is up. And Alex believes Chad 100%. Alex does what Chad asks of him. What do we also know? Chad labeled Charles dark. In fact, 3 different entities were named by Chad as having taken over Charles. And keep in mind the facts that we do know. On June 29th of 2019, Charles confronted Lori about the affair. On July 1st of 2019, Charles said, I'm going to go and meet with Tammy. She deserves to know. And 10 days later, Charles is dead. Alex shot and killed him. Chad was on the phone with Lori, texting just before Charles arrived. Chad was on the phone with Lori throughout the day, and Chad called the mortuary about how to get Charles cremated and sent to Louisiana. Lori and Alex weren't the ones labeling people dark in the messages. Lori and Alex weren't the ones assigning death percentages. And you saw the message from Lori telling Alex, she and Chad were trying to figure out how to fully get rid of zombies, and then they would let Charles know, or Alex know. Alex wasn't the one making those determinations. Chad was. And when it came to Tylee, also remember, Alice Gilbert said Chad told her Tylee didn't like me. Counsel talked to you about Regan Price hearing a gunshot. And again, you go off your recollection and your understanding of the testimony. I don't know, I don't recall Regan saying a specific date or time. But what I would indicate is counsel says, well, he shot a raccoon on the morning of September 9th. I would remind you, we don't know the cause of death for Tylee Ryan because she was burned. We do know, and we saw the slide, that Alex Cox or a device associated with him being alive. And we saw the location data, it doesn't just put him on Chad's property, it puts him by where Tylee's body was found. It puts him by the pet cemetery, by the burn pit. Chad sends a message that morning around the same time about burning limbs and debris. But he wants you to believe that somehow Tylee's body was buried somewhere else. Alex just happened to be up there that day at the same time, in the same place that Tylee's body was ultimately found, but she must have been moved. Alex went to the apartment where Tylee was staying. Alex received a phone call from Chad, and Alex went to Chad's property on September 9th of 2019. There was talk about these tools and looking at the exhibits, and I encourage all of you to look at any exhibits that you want to. You're the finders of fact. They are there for your review. But what I would remind you is Agent Daniels was asked about those tools. And he kept saying and indicated he didn't see what dirt or what counsel was talking about when being asked questions about the dirt on those handles. Agent Daniels was very clear about how they ran that search scene. He was very clear about partitioning things off. And you heard from multiple officers about the intricacies of that body recovery, about how many agencies and investigators were involved. There was no evidence, no testimony that anyone on scene took those tools and used them. In fact, it was the opposite. There was no testimony, no indication that any investigator went and took tools out of Chad Daybell's property to dig up those kids. I'd also remind you, Agent Daniels was very clear about Chad Daybell's house having an upstairs. He was asked about that several times. He was very clear. There was an upstairs. And I remind you, on June 9th, there was an audio recording played of Chad and Emma talking. And there was an indication of Chad saying, you can go ahead and take the mattress out of the upstairs. Again, on January 23rd, Chad places a call to Alex. Alex then goes to Chad's property. And we see a device or Alex at the Daybell property on the morning of September 23rd, the day after JJ's last seen alive. And he's not just on the property, he is where JJ is found. He gets a call from Chad and he goes up there. Counsel talked to you about Melanie Gibb and David Warwick being there the last time JJ's seen alive. I would remind you, you heard from Agent Hart, and you heard how he went through Lori's iCloud accounts, and there were thousands of messages, a lot of data, a lot of information. And what didn't he find? He didn't find messages from Melanie Gibb saying Tylee and JJ were dark or that Tammy was dark. He didn't find messages from Melanie Gibb saying what anyone's death percentage was. He didn't find messages from Melanie Gibb or David Warwick indicating anything like that. He didn't find messages from Melanie Gibb or David Warwick to Lori about any type of a plan. Melanie and David both testified the 23rd. They did not go to the Daybell property. In fact, if you recall, David testified he wanted to see JJ again. Lori didn't let him. In addition, if you recall, Ian Pulowski had made some recordings at the request of law enforcement. He was trying to help law enforcement locate the kids. In those recordings, there's several times where Chad and Lori are on the recording with Melanie and Ian In one of the calls, Alex and Zulema are present as well. And in that call, they talk about Melanie Gibb. They're upset with her. Why are they upset with her? Because she's going to go to the police and tell them the truth. And Lori's own words, 3 things are going to happen. She's going to basically pay for it in the afterlife because she has knowledge. She's out of our group. And the cops aren't going to believe her now that she's telling the truth. What's key there? She's telling the truth. And what was Melanie Gibb's truth? She never had the kids. Counsel talked to you about Lori making a comment about going to live with Melanie Gibb. That comment would have been made on November 26th of 2019 when Rexburg law enforcement responded to the apartment trying to do a welfare check on JJ Vallow. Remember, at that time, Melanie Gibb had been told that JJ was with Kay by Lori. When Chad called her that day, she asked him, Kay doesn't have JJ? And Chad said no. Chad knew JJ wasn't with Kay. There was no indication that Lori had any plans to move with Melanie. And in fact, at that point, JJ and Tylee were gone. Where did Lori actually go? She didn't go to Melanie's. She went to Hawaii with Chad. And in fact, with both Tylee and JJ, both of them were last seen shortly after it was confirmed that Lori was receiving their Social Security payments. Chad is the one who determined if someone was dark. Chad is the one who determined death percentages. The kids were buried on Chad's property. Chad called Alex both mornings before Alex showed up. Counsel also talked to you about the fact Alex is not shy about shooting people. Counsel talked to you about he shot Charles Vallow. He shot at Brandon Boudreaux. But remember, on October 9th, when there's the attempted shooting of Tammy, Alex had gone and purchased dark clothing, including a dark face mask. Alex had a Grendel 6.5. Remember Tammy's description. The man stood there looking at me, just pulling the trigger, just shooting at me. This wasn't someone that mistook Tammy for Chad. And you heard testimony from Garth Daybell. And first, Garth said at the time of the attempted shooting, Tammy was the one driving the Dodge. And upon a little further questioning from counsel, he switched that. At a minimum, what stayed consistent with the testimony was Tammy did in fact use that Dodge. Tammy was the one confronted by a gunman. Tammy was the one that had someone standing there pulling a trigger at her, not Chad. In fact, you heard testimony, there was no report by Chad ever made, at least to the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, about anyone attempting to harm him. No report made that he was concerned or had any fear of Alex Cox. In fact, after Alex shot and killed Charles Vallow in July, Chad was back down there visiting with Alex and Lori first part of August. And during that visit, that's when he gave Alex a blessing that Alex should move to Idaho. Doesn't sound scared of Alex. And we talk about some of the things Chad told people. And we'd heard a little bit of a conversation that he had with Jason William. And I think on that call, we had it as December 18th of 18, and that actually would have been December 18th of 2019. So you knew Gibb placed a call on December 8th of 2019 to Chad and Lori tells her JJ's safe. And on December 18th of 2019, they have a conversation with Jason William. And in that conversation, Chad tells him, it's just a simple situation. Chad was with Lori when she talked to Gibb. Lori was with Chad when they talked to Jason. A simple situation. Know where JJ is. You heard also from Emma Murray that her dad told her the kids were safe and it would all be explained or cleared up in due time. What you never hear is Chad reporting anything to law enforcement about these kids being missing, never reporting anything to law enforcement about fear of Lori Vallow or Alex Cox. What we do see is continued phone contact between them. We hear of continued interactions in person between those individuals. And we hear repeatedly how Alex and Chad have a close relationship. Melanie Pulowski said Alex looked to Chad like a big brother, would do what he asked. And then counsel also talked to you about Tammy's autopsy. And he talked about Dr. Christensen not reaching out to the kids to get medical information. You heard from multiple law enforcement officers, the kids wouldn't talk to him. There weren't any reports to provide because the kids didn't talk to law enforcement. You heard Dr. Christensen talk about what he did review, medical records, multiple reports. And counsel talked about some of his experts as well. And first one, Dr. Raven. What Dr. Raven talked to you about was that she reviewed a handful of documents, a handful of records that were provided to her by counsel. She didn't review a significant amount of information, but most telling maybe, she didn't even review any medical records. Dr. Marsden and Dr. Christensen reviewed medical records. They reviewed reports. They looked at the circumstances surrounding the death in reaching their conclusion. And again, they were both firm. Cause of death, asphyxiation, manner of death, homicide. Counsel talked to you about Patrick Eller. Didn't find location data for Chad. You heard from Detective Stubbs about how Chad had done searches on how to shut off location data and also at one point had cleared his location data. Chad knew how not to be found, how not to be located. Dr. Bartelink had determined that he couldn't rule out that Tylee could have been burned in 2 hours, depending on what kind of accelerant was used. And then Dr. Hampinkian, we talk about the DNA. What I'd remind you, the state talked to you about the hairs and the DNA as well. For conspiracy and for principle, there is no requirement that the defendant actually committed any physical act to end anyone's life. And counsel talked to you about Coroner Dye saying Chad was kind of indifferent on the autopsy. But I would remind you that Deputy Coroner Wilmore, Samantha Gwilliam, Heather Daybell all indicated Chad told them he didn't want to get an autopsy or he wasn't going to. Steve Schultz was brought up. Counsel talked to you about how he said Chad was a good guy. I remind you, Steve Schultz is the one that after finding out there was not going to be an autopsy and how quick the funeral was, said he turned to Jason Gwilliam and said, "Do you think he killed her?" And law enforcement talked to you, several of them, Agent Hart was one, about how they did follow up on leads. And Agent Hart explained they didn't want to get blinders. So if tips came in, if it was out of the state, the FBI generally followed up on it. If it was in state, local law enforcement generally did. Tips were followed up on. This wasn't a case where law enforcement had blinders. They talked to you about that, and you heard a lot. They would go where the evidence led. Tammy was found dead in Chad's house. The kids were found dead in his yard. You go where the evidence leads. Counsel also talked to you about Chad just talking about zombies. Chad just talking about these things. Chad wasn't just talking about zombies. Chad was saying if someone was a zombie, they had to die. And people that Chad labeled zombies that were obstacles that were in his way of being with Lori or that he could get financial gain from, those were the zombies that actually died. Zombies is designated by Chad. And there was an indication that these were just messages that Chad was exchanging about people being light and dark or people's death percentages. They were just messages that resulted in 3 people dying. When we talk about whether or not there was a plan, this mission included being with him, and they would progress together as translated beings. The full plan wasn't yet completely clear. Full plan to be together. Is there a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children? Children being JJ and Tylee? Chad's response, there is a plan being orchestrated for the children. What happened to the children? They were found dead in his yard. We're so close to the finish line. What finish line? Getting rid of all earthly obstacles. All earthly relatives that were in the way of he and Lori being together. We are surrounded by celestial relatives that are simply obstacles. I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. Looks like Kauai a lot. Hopefully we will be there someday soon together. That is the plan. And when counsel talks to you about Alex maybe going after Chad, this is in November. The picture's taken in August when Alex travels back with Chad. But remember that patriarchal blessing given in November.
Powerful goddesses were needed to be, and you progressed and were selected by the Savior himself to be part of the fourth creation. Great warriors were needed. In that creation, powerful goddesses were needed to be protected, and you were selected to help protect your sister. And you helped her in numerous probations as a defender. You have a special bond even from the premortal world. You connected there. And as she grew in power, you were right there beside her. Always. I am Chad Daybell. It is November 24th, 2019, a Sunday afternoon, 5:15 p.m. We are going to give Alex Lamar Cox a patriarchal blessing.
Alexander Lamar.
Alexander Lamar Cox. On this special day, I lay my hands upon your head to give you a patriarchal blessing as part of the member of the Church of the Firstborn that you have earned the privilege to be a member of. You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid. But you will continue to do so as you move forward in this.
Alex had already helped them in ways they could never repay. Again, when there's talk of a plan, Chad talks about the perfectly orchestrated plan for the kids. He talks about the plan for he and Lori to be together unencumbered by earthly obstacles, earthly relatives. Chad says who's dark. Chad says death percentages. And 3 bodies are located in his house or on his property. 3 bodies that belong to people that were obstacles for him getting what he wanted, that were obstacles for he and Lori to end up together in Hawaii, just the 2 of them.
It's go through July 15th. So you shouldn't have any bills to worry about. Yeah, I'm not coming back. So all that stuff that's in.
That is body cam from June 9th. I think it says June 9th, 2024. That would have been June 9th of 2020. On June 9th of 2020, the bodies of Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow were discovered on Chad's property. Chad's response, I'm not coming back. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to hold the state to our burden. Review the jury instructions. Apply your common sense. Review the testimony. Give it the weight you think it's due, the testimony and the evidence in this case. Thank you.
Wow.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. That will conclude then the closing arguments of counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the next thing we are going to take up is to draw numbers of the alternate jurors. We do have 17 jurors here present, so there are going to be 5 alternates. I am going to have a random draw of those 5 alternates, and when you have your number drawn, I'll ask each of you to please just briefly stand and then retake your seat so that counsel and that we've identified who those alternates would be, also for the assistance of the bailiffs. once the number is drawn for an alternate, then those jurors will be designated as alternates, but your jury service is not necessarily over. In the event a juror were to become ill or is excused for any other reason during deliberations, an alternate would return and deliberations would start over. So as alternate jurors, I'll also mention that because of the proceedings and the nature of the rules here, you will be sequestered until the conclusion of the trial. And as we draw these alternates, I do just want to make a comment that the court certainly appreciates, as I'm sure the parties, the exemplary performance you've all had thus far as jurors in this case through a long trial, getting to this point of deliberations. So with that being said, I am going to request Madam Clerk, if you would hand me the box that has the randomized numbers of the jurors, then I will have the clerk just randomly draw out of the box your numbers. And again, as your numbers read, please just stand up briefly and then take your seat. And then I'll give you further instructions before the bailiffs are sworn in. Madam Clerk, please draw the first number.
Juror number 6, red card 686.
We'll draw the second alternate now.
Juror number 16, red card number 1577.
We'll next have the third alternate drawn.
Juror number 18, red card number 1382.
This will be the fourth alternate.
Juror number 17, red card 1271.
And this is the fifth, correct?
Correct. Juror number 13, red card 751.
All right, thank you. That is the designation then of alternate jurors. As I mentioned, you will be sequestered for the time being while the jury deliberates. You may be called upon to additionally serve. You'll be advised if and when that happens. And you must continue to abide by admonitions of the court given previously about not discussing the case or investigating the case in any way until the matter has concluded. So at this time, the next matter we'll take up is the swearing in of bailiffs who will be in charge of holding the jury until a verdict's been reached, including during sequestration. I am going to note on the record, because of the number of bailiffs and marshals necessary for sequestration and with scheduling, there were 3 additional bailiffs sworn in on the record yesterday. So 3 have been sworn previously. The additional 3 that are here will now be sworn at this time. If you would each please raise your right hand, I'll have Madam Clerk administer the oath to these 3 bailiffs.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will keep this jury together in some quiet and convenient place? That you will not suffer any communication to be made to them, nor make any communication to them yourself on any subject connected with the trial of this case, except to ask if they have agreed upon a verdict, and upon their agreeing upon a verdict, you will return them into open court or upon the order of the court, so help you God.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. So Deputies Holmesbash and Costello have now been sworn additionally as bailiffs in this case. At this time then, I will ask everyone to rise. We'll send the remaining jurors to the jury room to begin their deliberations, and the court may address them regarding scheduling for the rest of the day or through the bailiffs through a message. So that will conclude the trial, but for the deliberations to commence at this time. Thank you.
This way.
Okay, so the jury is sequestered. Let's see what will happen afterwards with the judge. The case is going to be turned over to the jury for deliberations, and we'll see how long it takes. Let's see how strong
Thank you. Please be seated.
prior added doubt.
All right, counsel, the court's previously discussed with you the need to keep close by. We do have your contact information should either a jury question or a jury verdict be announced. And so if we do receive any word, we'll advise counsel. Otherwise, we'll be in recess until then. Anything further from the state this afternoon, Ms. Blake?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll be in recess. I do want to thank all those in the gallery for complying with the courtroom conduct order. And thank you, counsel, for your hard work and professionalism in this case. We'll let you know once we hear any word from our jurors. We're in recess.
And that is it. We are now on verdict watch. Let's just wait until their camera goes down. But that is going to be it for the day, I believe. From the courtroom, unless, of course, they have questions. And then, of course, sometimes in other trials, I have seen that they actually they have it live. I don't know if he's going to keep it live the whole time. Actually, I'm just going to put it down there. I don't know if he's going to keep it live the whole time. I'll watch. But the judge and the courtroom, when they are open, they're available for the jury at all times for questions. And then everybody gets called back. There's usually like a 30-minute warning. Everybody's on email. They tell them to be in the general area because the attorneys may have to answer a question with the judge to the jury anytime that they submit anything. There'll be requests to see evidence. There will be requests to read things. You don't agree with them staying with the old orders instead of the new? Yeah, you know what? But Lindsey did address that in her explanation of what reasonable doubt was. Although she didn't read the new penalty one, when Pryor tried to skew it, she clarified it, and she gave a pretty good explanation as to what the difference between reasonable doubt, common sense, and doubt beyond all reason. We are not supposed to commit someone, look for evidence of that it's like proof beyond all reason. It is reasonable. Okay. And so she kind of like backed into it a little bit. I do understand the judge's point that all along, remember, very first day of trial, the jury has read the first, 12 items of the jury instructions. And number 5, which is reasonable doubt, is there. So the wording does matter. And I can understand why he didn't want to switch it up or confuse them in any way to think that they had to change what they were thinking all along, because just those change in the words didn't really change what they need to do. So like, I understand, Anna, but they did just declare that 5 days ago. Sarah thinks we're going to get Friday at noon. You know what? I think we may too. I am wondering, I want to know, do you guys think that Pryor did a better job than Lori Vallow's attorneys? And gosh, Mandy, I can't believe I forgot their names and I knew them so well for so long. God, I could see their faces too. Arnold is one of them. Oh, Archibald. Oh my gosh. What are the Lori Vallow attorneys' names? Anyway, my point is, do you think that her attorneys did a better job in defense? Archibald is one of them. I think it's either his first name or his last name. One of them was also, well, Mark Means was in the beginning, but he's no longer part of it. Like, he got bounced from both of them eventually. And then Archibald whatever took over. And then he added that other guy, John something or other. They didn't present a defense case. No, but they did actually cross the witnesses. Yeah, John Thomas is the second one. He got put on later, but that Archibald guy was in the John Thomas, and what was Archibald? I'm trying to think. All right. But anyway, all they did was counter the witnesses in cross. They offered Jim Archibald. That's it, Mandy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My mind is just, yeah. But how do you feel? I mean, they did cross all the witnesses. They did not do they did closing arguments also, but what they didn't do is offer not one single witness in defense because they knew they didn't have to. And they knew that no matter what they did, that the prosecution could come back at it. It was an overwhelming amount of evidence, and they watched the jury, and we heard about the jury too. And when they started talking about the bodies and this and that, she lost a lot of sympathy. And so the worst thing they could do was probably bring people up there to try to justify anything. They were just going to go on the fact that they would look for actual physical evidence. And that's what they kept stressing, if I remember correctly, on what was reported for the defense. Because remember, we didn't get to watch. We did get to hear the audio. And it was interesting. I actually think that Archibald and Thomas did a better job than Pryor. I actually think they really did. They tried. I think it was strategic not to put up a defense, that was the best point. It actually offered them more leeway in the minds of the jury. Because Pryor's defense, if you look at it, at least in my humble opinion, actually proved some of the prosecution's case. Evidence, Lindsey Blake using his own defense witness against him in her opening about the burning. Pryor's picture of the burned body bones that were missing did more damage to his defense by bringing to mind to the jury the condition of Tylee's body and how much was left. What was that about? What are you trying to prove? It was horrific what happened to that body, and that body was found on his property. Yeah, I think that was a mistake, but hey, I'm not a lawyer. It's been a while, but I don't remember Thomas or Archibald being anything like Pryor. No, they weren't. They weren't. They kept quiet when they needed to. They didn't really make that many mistakes, and they really fought for Lori, and they got the death penalty off the table. They made some good strides. They worked their butts off as defense attorneys. I really don't have anything negative to say about them, except for their client was a shithead. But defense attorneys are a special breed. They believe that everyone deserves justice, that everyone deserves a good defense. And all they're doing is presenting the best defense that they can. And it's up to the system to balance it out. Yep. You know what? I'm with this, Mandy. If the jury was paying attention, but I don't know how fine they are about the details like that. But if the jury was paying attention to his closing, that they know he's a liar because Lori wouldn't want Chad gone for the money. Nope, not at all. Especially, nope, not at all. She wouldn't get money if Chad was gone and Tammy was alive. The whole entire closing was ridiculous. Exactly. They weren't married yet. How is she going to insure him? Yeah. His family, the estate could have just pressed the insurance company to open up the file that it was fraudulent if the mistress put insurance on the man while he was married with family. This should be up on murder charges if he died. Sean, an ambulance chaser, Pryor? Yeah. I don't think he's in condition to chase anything. But then again, that's another thing that pissed me off, when him actually fat shaming the victim. She died because she gained a little weight. Well, she worked, she came home from working all day because Chad was sitting on his butt writing books, not bringing in the money or taking care of stuff. Like, he's too busy with his adulterer girlfriend. Okay. And she gets home tired from doing everything because she helped him with his business too. She did all the financial part. She did all the checking and the editing and stuff, so she comes home and sits on the couch because she's tired, and that means like she's ready to die. Like, get out of here. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't want to disparage the face, but those two sitting at the defense table were quite typical to some things that go on in that religious organization that I can't abide by. The less than thing is not something I will ever accept. Yeah, she slept 12 hours a day, which is bullshit because the Fitbit never said that, did it? Rocket, doesn't it record when you sleep? Mandy, help me out here. Like, I thought Fitbit does not do just your exercise and everything like that, but it does do your settled downtime too. And it, just a statement from prior, but absolutely no evidence of it that she actually slept 12 hours a day. Bullshit. Yeah. Chad just definitely has some soft hands. Like, yeah, we'll see that. I'm sure he's going to be popular. Anyway, all right. Claim the subject. Rikita paid a $50,000 bail bond. Yeah, I'm sure he did. He definitely doesn't want to stay in there. Wow, Rikita did. He got out. That's a lot. That means what? That means that they are going for distribution. That means that it was in millions. If it was $50,000, is that the bond, like the 10%, Mandy? Is that what you mean? That's what I'm afraid of, Liam. There's always someone who will buy what the rest of us clearly see as garbage. You know what? Liam, that's why I got so mad during that closing. Because the spinning and yarns of tales that are total fantasy and fabrication in just the misrepresentation of some of the stuff. It was annoying. And I will admit it. It was annoying because I felt fear. I felt fear that they might buy it. I really, that was it. That's what really set me off. Yeah, Mandy, that's what I thought. 10%. So that's like 5 million, right? Yeah. Or at least 500,000. Like, it's a lot. This is not a minor offense for just possession at 500,000. Like, from what I read, there was someone said that he could have just been putting it in smaller bags for convenience. This is what one of the lawyers out said, that it's not really distribution just because you have smaller bags. But when you have a huge bag of it right next to a whole bunch of smaller bags of it, like, it does actually look like distribution in the Hi, Mark. Yeah. All right. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to end it. Let me just tell you what I'm going to do as far as verdict watch. I'm going to set up a stream, but I'm only going to go live if they come back with the verdict. As far as the questions, I'm going to use the community tab for that. I'm going to everything that gets documented as far as as far as questions that they have and all of that, I'm going to use the community tab for that. I do see that the feed is still up, and I think it's the intention of the judge to keep it up while they are up the whole time. So, like, I don't really think YouTube would appreciate it if I just kept it up like the whole time. You know what I mean? So, how do you guys feel about the questions that the jury would ask? You know, I mean, I could go live every time he goes live and we could just for a few minutes meet, but by the time you get here, they ask the question and they're out. From what I've seen of jury questions, after the 30 minutes of the wait, the judge will go live and come up, and then it's going to be like 5-10 minutes and then we're out, you know? I really don't understand why they couldn't say Chad has been kicked out of LDS. Prior totally used that to his advantage. Really gets me. I understand, Liz, but it's prejudicial. There's just a lot of it's highly prejudicial to bring his religious standing into the proceedings. It gets very tangled, and I can imagine it was discussed quite often. I understand why it wasn't allowed. There have been extremely long streams of absolutely nothing that YouTube was fine with. Really? So what do you think? I mean, should I do a poll? Like, I'm like, yeah. I don't know. I just don't know about leaving it like running like the whole time. I don't know. Like, first of all, there's a lot of resources on my system, and that could be a problem in the long run. But I'll tell you what, I'm not opposed to starting a stream at least once a day that we can come and talk about it and wait if you want. You know, as a matter of fact, I will set up one for tomorrow to start at the regular time. You know, if you guys want to come and talk while we wait, and we'll just call it Verdict Watch, and we'll just go for court hours, and we'll see what happens. How's that? We'll just, you know, carry on a little bit. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Yeah, I think so, Anna. I think I'll just come on once a day, and we'll just go over anything that's happened in the media, any questions that have come up. And in the meantime, anybody has any questions, and that goes to everybody in the chat, everybody following over there on Twitter, anybody that is watching this at a later date. If you've got a question about any of it or clarification, anything that I have said or anything that you have seen, go ahead and put it on the back of the stream in the comment section, because I will look for the answer. I will try to get you the best answer I can. And if I can't find it, I will get the help of many others that have been following this case to help me with it. Okay. Well, that's what we're going to do. So I think I'm going to end now for the day. Thank you so much for being here with me. Not just today, but for every day that some of you have showed up and kept me company while we watched these proceedings. Thank you for the encouragement and the appreciation that many of you have sent to me, both publicly and privately. I do greatly appreciate it. I do this because of my love of the justice system, and because of my fascination with law enforcement and my deep respect for what they have to do. And I love to watch these proceedings and to see it all play out, you know. And I am prepared for what could happen. You know, it is the justice system. It's not always perfect, you know. But yeah, I love you too, Mindy. It's been a long road. It's been a long road, right? But that's why I want to just get the information out there. You know, I don't intend to know anything more about this than any of you. I'll just enjoy it. It's a hobby. All right. Thank you to all my moderators. Thank you to all the chatters who kept me company. Thank you to all of the viewers. And I will set up a stream for tomorrow. But for now, I do believe that's going to be it for tonight. Have a great night, everyone.